Hello, everybody. My name is Jordy. I am a Cur8able curator and the director of fashion website East and West. We're here for Cur8able Connects, and I have my good friend and amazing designer, Jonathan Hayden, with me. So we're going to be talking about the power of personal style, and we're going to have an amazing conversation. So I'm excited for you guys to hear. Jonathan, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, this is Jonathan Hayden speaking. Good morning. Just to describe, I am a racially ambiguous man of 29 of Black, Japanese, Spanish, and white descent. I'm wearing a white collared knit polo top with a tan collar, and I'm also wearing a small gold butterfly pin. In the background, I have um, two uh, two images of my one of my collections, and then I have some sketches of the 2022 collection we're working on, and then I've beautifully arranged some plants in my apartment to kind of hide my television. So thank you guys for having me. Thank you, Curateable and Zappos, for this opportunity to speak with Jordy about fashion.
Yes, and I actually forgot to describe myself. I'm sorry. So I am also a racially ambiguous man. I'm 30 years old as of 3 weeks ago. I am white and Asian and a whole lot of other things. And I am wearing a velvet sweater by Issei, who's a Korean brand. And in the background is a fireplace and couches and chairs. And I'm in my building's common room. So yeah, cool. So Jonathan, how have you been lately?
I think good. It's weird um, with sort of like the reality of the larger events taking place in the world. Um, and then my own like personal professional life being pleasant, and overall there's been a lot of things happening that I can be grateful for. So I have to kind of remind myself often it's okay to like be happy, grateful, and in time sort of extract myself from how serious things are in America.
And what are you most grateful for these days?
Um, Probably the top of my list would be that I've been able to keep my studio in the garment district in New York City. When the pandemic happened, we were already in a situation where we were worried about losing the factory in general, just because the garment district is shrinking and manufacturing is disappearing rapidly, especially during COVID. But we've somehow managed to keep a lifeline through this process of a little bit of work. I mean, it really feels like we're kind of just thinking about things day to day, week to week, um, with production for the factory itself, and then for my brand that is housed in this factory, just doing limited small runs of product, selling it, and that giving us enough revenue to carry into the next thing, carry into the next thing. So it's a very slow, calculated, but promising, optimistic. We're seeing the graph go up, very slowly though.
Good. Well, I'm happy to hear that you're doing your brand and yourself are doing okay. But I can imagine at the beginning of the pandemic, it would have been pretty scary.
Yeah. I don't know if I was too personally concerned about like my own self at first. I think it was sort of like, well, what can I do? Like, I think one of the things I've had to teach myself is to accept what I can control, and that's usually just my own reaction to what's going on in the world, um, and then take that time to assess what can be done. So all that's gone on, it's actually been really great to like pause and and I would even say like work on my own natural speed. Fashion's so quick and everybody kind of wants things to be immediate. right away. They want an email that day. And I'm someone who just, I already kind of have an agenda and a timeline in my mind of what I want to do and achieve. And so, um, no one really has answers for what the future looks like. So I think that outside voice has even less weight in my mind. And I just take time to process when someone's giving me advice. Is sort of, okay, great, I'll take it with a grain of salt, weigh it, and if I want to integrate it after I've thought about what that might look like for the future for me and for my brand and for my customers, then it's at least worth the consideration.
And in regards to your customers, have you had kind of conversations with a lot of your more, how can I say, like customers that you deal with personally? What have they kind of wanted from the brand in this time, or what have they said? What feedback have they given?
Yeah, I think it's worth being transparent that I am a very small brand. We, you know, are kind of in our first year of selling product in production, so it's not just samples and or one or two offs. It's we're selling you know hundreds of units of something or 20, 30 of another. So we're starting to see that begin, but we already have these online channels of talking to the customer. I'm from Texas originally, so a lot of the women that I know in fashion come from Texas. And then I've slowly made more connections in New York. Our customer base is women in STEM related fields. So that group of women is, researchers, occupational therapists, teachers, scientists, anyone who's artistic, even using technology to operate, to work, to create. Those are who our customers are. So on Facebook, we have this private group called STEM Women in Fashion, and it's kind of how I primarily communicate with my customers. We survey them; they get to see product first before it even gets. Sometimes things that they see never even end up in the store or available to the public, simply because I can kind of gauge genuine interest off what they're seeing, and I take to heart like when they're not feeling something or when they like something. So for in terms of product, it's really just mostly been masks and my accessories like my rings. But you know for us, it's really just been about trying to engage them, like, here's something good coming out, here's another good thing. So I think that good news, and they're seeing like, here's a brand that is surviving, and they're kind of getting a little more of a behind the scenes. It's meaningful to them, and so as they see little pop-ups of press come up, I see a conversion of sharing the product, of an endorsement personally from them amongst their friends, and that's really how a lot of the bigger brands survived or grew, was they had this sort of core group of women or customers that patroned the brand. And when it got to a place that could really take off, there was already a following. So we're just trying to keep our audience engaged and keep them excited and let them know we haven't given up.
And last year you did go to Japan. You showed in Tokyo Fashion Week. Did you gain a lot of new customers there, or did you I guess how to say did the brand expose itself to a whole new customer base or group of people that you hadn't, or a whole new market, I guess is what.
Yeah, I think on its face that showing in Japan was really more personal than profit driven. And for me, my grandmother Matsuko is from Yokohama, and when we interviewed for your website East and West about the collection, I kind of recounted how she had passed away, and I hadn't had this real chance to grieve, and so the collection started off with these garments that used her kimonos. We worked with the Japanese pattern maker, and we developed those styles from that. And this opportunity to show in Tokyo presented itself. And so for me, it was mostly a personal opportunity to kind of pay homage to my grandmother. Um, I think in some ways it was a more powerful way to communicate with my Japanese relatives who I've had very little, contact with over the years, to kind of really see like the real inherent impact of one's cultural identity that is in my work, and in some ways maybe garner some respect from them. So going to Japan, I don't necessarily would say like we came out of it with this mass following, but I think there was some interest sparked there, and enough for me to see hope and optimism in the Japanese market, and absorb even the culture around fashion there, where it really is a pageantry, and they really take pride in a whole look. Like while we were there, my team, we took 10 of us. We kind of, you could tell like everyone was kind of making a bigger effort to have a look each day, like this is the look. So like he's kind of my business manager when I'm really, really busy with the clothes. He bought an Issey Miyake suit. So we were like, we're going to absorb this. We're going to engage. We're going to go to these different prefectures in Japan and just kind of feel like we live there. We rented a house in Nakano, and it was just so much. We felt so much more enriched and entrenched in the culture by living like in a neighborhood for a week, than like just getting a hotel in a high tourist area. And then I got to spend another week there by myself, go to Hakone, the springs. And it was, so there was like this business side, but then another week was more personal, just like absorbing what it might have been like. And we can get into more spiritual things, but yeah, it was definitely more of a spiritual trip for me.
And did that trip at all kind of affect your personal style, or like what key differences did you kind of notice between like Japanese people and people here in America in terms of how they present themselves? And for me, like when I came here from Asia, like those who don't know, I grew up pretty much my whole life in Asia. So I grew up in Seoul, and then Manila, and then Beijing, Bangkok, and then we were in Jakarta, and we came here. Um, and for me, definitely, I would never leave my house before ever think of leaving my house wearing sweatpants.
Yeah,
That's something
never.
that I really don't.
Only for the gym.
Yeah, only for the gym. But when I come here, everyone's wearing sweatpants outside. So I'm like, they must be going to exercise. And I feel like, oh, they're getting coffee.
But then the body,
Yeah.
says otherwise. Yeah. I'm
um,
from Texas, so everything is bigger.
yeah. So how did that trip kind of change your thought on personal style?
I think it just, it made me, I learned a lot about the attention to quality for the Japanese peoples, and um, even just getting the chance to like shop and walk around and go into stores was in itself research. Like, not that it was outright research, but just like getting a sense of how much variety and quality exists even in the thrift shops. It's Burberry on the rack at the thrift shop. It's not it's not otherwise. And yeah, so you just got this sense that people really took the time and pride, almost maybe even ritualistically, to get ready to go out in the world, and a lot of thought put into a color palette and a silhouette and shape. And so getting to kind of go from like the wealthy area of Aoyama, where you might see like an elderly woman in a kimono carrying a Birkin, to Shibuya or Harajuku, where you're seeing a little more street style, a little more of sort of a mixture of prints and silhouettes, a little more exploration. It was just like both ends of the spectrum are interesting. They're just way more interesting to look at. Like you almost could take each individual and see attention to detail, like thought put into buying simple things was
Mhm.
apparent. But in America, we're a minority. I think that it's a minority of people who care about it to that extent. I think we haven't maintained this culture around fashion in America where what you wear really can communicate quite a bit, and in that way, that's why I think conversations around inclusivity are so important, because your ability to communicate and portray yourself and in that way participate in social life, in a professional life, in even in a societal life is it's important. It's imperative for a quality of life that is worth living, right?
Right, exactly. I mean, I know from when I started my career, like 5, 6 years ago, and I go to events in Jakarta when I was living, in a lot of countries in Southeast Asia, disability is quite taboo, right? And people feel a little bit uncomfortable, hesitant to talk to you. And so
Yeah,
I'd go to these events and no one would talk to me because they'd be too scared to approach me with my chair. And it
yeah,
was only when I got out of my chair and sat down, someone would come and say, hey, I really love your jacket. Oh, I love your pants. Oh, and then so for me,
mm,
fashion was like such a way for, I guess, an icebreaker for others, not like myself. I
yeah,
enjoy dressing up. I enjoy wearing lovely clothes from emerging designers to luxury designers. And I found as I've got older, it actually, not so much like, not that I did it on purpose, but it allowed people to kind of break the ice, those who did feel uncomfortable with the disability, to talk to me. And so I feel like fashion kind of included me, even though I was being a little excluded at the same time.
yeah. It's interesting. It's like fashion affords the tools to potentially participate in sort of its fringe benefits. But yes, you're right. It is insular, exclusionary to people. That idea of beauty, even style, is
Right.
limited. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I feel that a lot of people, when I tell them I work in fashion, they get a little bit confused because I'm
Okay.
I'm in a wheelchair, right? And so they'll be
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, and then I think it's an interesting thing. But I think that's one thing I'm trying to change through style is people with
Yeah.
disabilities can be included in fashion.
Yeah.
I
It's almost like they want to know how, right? Like how.
how, yeah.
Yeah.
I know that your clothes are very, would you say, accessible? Right? Like a lot of your designs are very accessible. Your design,
Mine personally,
yes.
yeah, I think I was just talking to another designer about this week. She was interested in starting an inclusive, adaptive brand, but the conversation we were having was not wanting to have a separate entity that was branded as adaptive because of the social currency that fashion is. And yes, it is important to brand that and push it into the public so that way people are aware and more people can be made aware of this. That we're listening. There's a community out here in this industry, but in the same conversation, it's it's almost like you're still keeping it separate.
Exactly.
And so for my brand, I worked at a nonprofit called Open Style Lab that I'm sure a lot of people watching this are familiar with, out of New York City at Parsons, the New School. I was a fellow first, and we focused on spinal cord injury. And then the subsequent year, I was brought in to run their flagship program. So I facilitated 7 teams of 3: occupational therapists, physical therapists, textile fashion designers, and then creative engineers or outright engineers like from Cornell and MIT. And so through this, year and a half of just uh, coexisting in this space and really focusing on like solution-based design and using my background and user experience. It's a completely different design conversation you're having. It's not really about trends and colors and prints, that yes, I think that is important because fashion's a visual medium, and you obviously want it to, um, commiserate amongst the rest of the fashion ecosystem. But I think what's most important in this design philosophy that we're trying to almost lead, I think, um, is from a product development perspective. Open Style Lab is very much research and client based. So it is one idea, and then through that you sort of see these overlapping ideas that produce similar solutions, or similar design ideation that might embody some bigger ideal, like for instance, like straps ended up becoming something that you saw a lot of. So whether it be like a strap to help you put a jacket on, a strap to help close part of the jacket, take it off, in a different system of dressing, are these ideas we're trying to slowly find ways to integrate into my brand. So it's trickier in fashion to, from a product development perspective, integrate these new patterns, new closures into the production, because you're in a way having to educate every person in your supply chain as to why it's important, or how it works, or how it's constructed. So as a designer, someone who worked with these teams, speaking many different languages, that's kind of like what user experience affords you the ability to do, is like absorb and engage language from different groups, and then through that kind of try to reinterpret and explain this to this group and this to that group, because they're all coming at it from their own different specialties, and they all see solutions being different. So for us right now, most of the inclusive design considerations are in closures. We are partnered with a Japanese closure company called Marito, and they actually are just known for zipper replacements, but we've been able to use their product. It's an injection mold, low pressure tape that, really enhances one's finger dexterity ability or range of motion.
I tested it out when I came to your studio, I think a year ago it was, right? It's so long ago now.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Legos.
Yeah. And I found it really easy, because for me too, like the other day I was trying to put something on and my hands were hurting because I have cerebral palsy, and I just could not get the button to button up. And I
Yeah.
was really struggling with trying to get that button to trying to get it
Yeah.
full. And I thought of your design and I was like, oh, I wish, this had that, because it would just be so much easier.
And what we've been trying to do is make it covert. So like hidden plackets, I actually prefer a hidden placket. I didn't intend to, I'm just happen to wear one today. But yeah, even hidden closures in the sleeve tabs. We just think the function doesn't need to be broadcast.
And I think that going back to one of the points you made before is that, you don't need to design accessibly and have it separate from everyone else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's one reason I think your brand is like the future of where fashion is going, because you're not othering anyone. You're just making design inclusive without further separating it. I have no problem with brands like Tommy Hilfiger. I have no problem with brands that are inclusive or accessible.
Yeah, we need those voices.
We do need those voices, but for me as a fashion person, I would like to see more brands like yours that focus more on having those elements tied into the clothes, but not making it seem like, oh, it's people with disabilities, oh, it's people with this or this. It's just it's clothes, and you've made it accessible for all. And so, I mean, that's one reason I love you as a designer, and I love your brand. I think it's amazing. Every piece of yours that I saw in your studio, I loved. I still have to. I wanted to buy it all.
Well, hopefully not the. I mean, I don't think you were wanting the gowns.
Well, maybe, but
a very glamorous blanket, like beaded and embroidered. But Yeah, no,
Male
we
version of the gown, the one that's actually in the background. I wanted a suit version of this. Yes.
this one or this one?
First one you pointed out. Yes, that one.
Yeah, that's our Matsuko kimono gown. So that's named after my grandmother, and that's kind of what began this sort of more aspirational idea of these ideas um, in adaptive design. Was we used those Japanese closures to make this whole look. The sleeves come off, the skirt detaches from the top. So in these considerations that might improve the dressing process, um, could it just be customizable design where you're buying what you want and like here's the whole look, and maybe you only want the top, maybe you only want the skirt, but it doesn't affect our supply chain, our production. This black coat you see here, that's actually like a full coat with sleeves and a collar. I wish I had a full, but the collar comes off, the sleeves come off, the bottom skirt of the coat comes off. And so you end up with sort of a double layered bolero. It's hand embroidered silk organza over a cotton shell. And, it's sort of like, it doesn't really need to be told or branded like as being adaptive or not. It's really just about exploring interesting pattern making, captivating design aesthetic and details, and this sort of sensorial luxury that makes people, anybody want to consider trying it on, and we've been able to see and it's more than just ability. We've had this black coat, it ranges from a 25-inch waist to a 45-inch waist. So even in these other ideas, we can accommodate other sizing in the dressing process. One of the things we're working on now is an adjustable bustier. So I don't know how much you talk to women. I talk to women quite a bit to understand, like some of my favorite conversations are about like what issues they run into when they're getting dressed and how they think about style and clothes. And so I'm trying to design this sort of pleated bustier that can adjust for sizing, and women's bodies fluctuate. Like it's not about just one woman to another woman. It's
Right.
also about the woman's lifespan. She might fluctuate in size, she might get pregnant and have children. There
And
are,
still wear something that she loves.
and how great is it that you could continue wearing clothes like the shirt you were talking about if it had different closures that, when you have all of your the max of your ability to button a button, you don't need to. It's still the same closure that is usable from when you bought it to when you're an old man, and you still want some participation in your own dressing process.
Right. And I think that also, that also talks about quality.
Yes.
I want to wear something that I'm wearing now when I'm an old man. And for
Yeah.
me,
And sustainability.
and sustainability. And for me, that's one reason why it's another reason why I love emerging brands and why I'm really trying to push to people who are, I guess, more mass fashion fans that true luxury is not always a designer name. It is the
Yeah.
quality of clothes. If I think of my most luxurious piece, and I have a lot of different designers that I wear and I love, but my most luxurious piece is a piece that was designed for me by an Indonesian designer because I'm the only one with that piece. And
What is it? What's the piece?
jacket. It's like a navy blue jacket that she made it so it was like just long enough that it would look good when I'm sitting down without looking crinkled up, and I
Yeah.
can easily zip it up and I can easily then button it because the button's magnetic. But it's gorgeous, and I'm the only one with that piece. And for me, no matter what
That's
I buy,
luxury.
pardon?
That's luxury. That's
That's
bespoke.
it
Yeah.
is. It is. And so I wanted to get one point is so basically your grandma's the power of your grandmother's personal style kind of inspired your collection and kind of started your journey. Would that be safe to say?
Um, I mean, I was already on a fashion. I don't like using the word journey, but
Well, at
uh,
least collection.
Anna Winter doesn't like the word journey, so I'm like, okay, let me make sure I don't use it. But
Not
I think I really tried to use my brand to explore just how I'm identifying in the world and processing. And I often just feel like this satellite that's just taking in a lot. Like this is my inspiration board here for the next collection. And
Where's my picture?
huh?
Where's my picture? I should be
Oh,
like,
and it's such a mix um, of influences. So I really try to, genuinely be inspired from an artistic perspective, and through that, that would actually inform, the visual side of all of this. So um, I think my grandmother's influence is, in all honesty, like I had very few memories with her, which is why it was important to do the collection, to sort of like affirm that there was a connection there, despite what anyone might say. Within my own family, we know how insular and isolationist Japanese culture can be to people who are mixed
very
race.
homogenous.
And
Yeah.
yeah, so as mixed race people, like the groups are so siloed, they forget like you get it from all sides. You really do. You
Crazy, like
really,
I'm still told, even though I've been raised in Asia and I've lived there my whole life, some people still say to me, "Oh, but you're not Asian.
yeah. It's
Like,
always like that little,
you're not
you
Chinese.
want to be so bad, but you're just not, and it's
It doesn't matter how well I speak. Doesn't matter if I dream in Korean or if I think in Chinese. There's always going to be some person. Not all. Not now that I'm older, but there's always going to be someone who's like, well, you look a little different. So you're not. You're not.
yeah. And I think honestly, the Asian cultures are almost confronting similar roadblocks that America has always had around race and identity, where you know we are embracing what American means, and who that looks like. And um, and then you see Asian cultures, like with Naomi Osaka, really starting to adjust who they identify as one of their own. And I think it's interesting with her because I feel like it's only because of how good she is and how much attention she's gotten that is why she's embraced. Similarly, in my own life, I often feel like the only reason my Japanese side talks to me, because I don't talk to anyone else in my family, is simply because of going to college, and the small successes I've had along the way. That it sort of legitimizes. It's almost like you have to, through action, prove that in some intangible way that they view as them superior, that you're one of them.
Right. Yeah, and I think Naomi Osaka is a really good example because, like myself, she's also a third culture kid in terms of her being here in America, but her dad is, I think, African, right? Her
He's
mom
Haitian, yeah.
is Haitian. Her mom
So
is just
he's a gamut, right, of culture too. Yeah,
right,
French
and
and
so
black.
for her, then she lives here in America, and she's someone that I find really interesting because she's one of the most prominent third culture kids, I guess, in the
She's
world.
so cool. I want
She's
to
very
like. I'm
cool.
I'm gonna learn tennis. So in the chances that I ever get to dress her or meet her, um, I could, that's great too. But I would rather be able to be like, yeah, I just played a game of doubles and on her side or lost against her.
And so I guess is she one of your dream clients?
Yeah,
So
we're primarily trying to focus on engaging Southeast Asia, and that's also, I think you've been someone instrumental in advising where we kind of went or could go. We want to present globally, like this is just a global woman with a global sense of culture and art and influences of garments and textiles, but yeah, Naomi would definitely be a dream client. Gemma Chan would be a dream client. I think Jamila is like part of this event too, so she's speaking, and I'm kind of like, oh, that's cool. From the Good Place, I think is what it's called. Uh,
uh,
yeah, she's an actress, but promotes a lot of inclusivity ideas, especially around body dysmorphia, anorexia, that sort of thing.
Southeast Asia, as you're saying, is actually one of the most untapped markets because you have everyone kind of wants to get into the China market, and then Korea and Japan are very insular markets, and in my professional opinion.
No, they are.
Southeast Asia is kind of one of those untouched markets. So,
Yeah. No, I agree. We just had a meeting this week and we were talking about how insular the Japanese market was. But, I think it's just like everything with our brand is about patience, taking our time and engaging in a meaningful conversation about quality. I think that's something I noticed as a difference too with Asian culture is they're almost, they want to have the conversation. They want to, I oftentimes would run into roadblocks in New York. I'm from Texas and I grew up in the Dallas fashion industry. So I'd run into a lot of roadblocks in terms of design conversation. No one really cared. No one really wanted to have those kinds of conversations. It was really more about like social currency and whether or not it was, I think on its face, sexy. Like, yes, clothing is a form of like peacocking to attract others and in its most primal form. But I think when we look through the catalog of the history of clothing, it really can reveal a lot about different eras and what they care about, from a corset literally of reshaping a woman's form, as a form of control and this unobtainable through evolutionary natural means, to today where we're talking about adaptive inclusive design. So I think when we look back on this era of fashion, at least from this point forward, I hope that there's this curation of adaptable garments, that people see a society that cared about these things, cared about these people, and that's where I think fashion's headed, is like, what do we actually care about?
and how is that reflected in your style?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what do you think about the power of personal style?
Yeah, I think style is subjective. I think style is really an opportunity to reinvent yourself every day. It's almost like a blank canvas every day to try again. But I wouldn't consider myself in really sort of an effervescent fashion person. I'm just not. I think I try to inject that into the brand a little more, with sort of the grandiosity of where the customer and woman can aspire to go. But I myself, it's really classic. It's really simple, and I'm kind of really locking in my color palette. So I think everyone should kind of identify if they're cool tone, warm tones, and lock in what their color palette is, and then go from there. Yeah, I think one of my favorite pieces of my wardrobe are my brooches, and they're kind of, I'm wearing a really tiny one today. It's really more of a lapel pin. But my brooches sometimes are like communicating my moods. So I have one that's like a fish. So on days I really need to keep swimming, like keep going, I wear that one. I have a really great one from, if you give me, I can reach for it. I love this one. This is like one of my favorites. I got this in Greece. It's a gold owl, for anyone who is wondering. It's a gold owl, which is a symbol of Athena. And I bought that in Athens. And, she's the goddess of knowledge, and she was clever and all of that. So I think, even if it's a personal meaning to you, like it just has personal meaning, those ideas can empower you to guide your day. I think it's even worth mentioning, like my 2-finger gold ring. If you guys can see it.
Is that, could one in a wheelchair use this gold ring? I'm just curious. Like, if I wanted to wear the ring, would it kind of hurt when I pushed with my?
It might, because there's definitely been times when I'm handling like groceries and I'm like, I shouldn't have worn these. Just because it's metal, and then if it gets cold in the winter, you don't want to wear it. And I imagine if you're wheeling a chair, you might be touching cold surfaces quite a bit. So I don't know about that, but when I was talking about like sort of meaning, I went to this temple of Hephaestus in Greece, and outside the temple is all these artisans. And Hephaestus was the god of um, of artisans. Metallurgy and tapestry, that sort of thing. And so I found these sort of helix, very Greek-like helix rings that went the same direction, and I brought them back to America, and I showed my jewelry designer for my brand. And I said, could we do a helix that was a mirror of itself, and it made the butterfly, sort of a brand motif. And yeah, they've actually been our best sellers.
Wow, well, they're beautiful and they're gorgeous.
Thank you.
I love
Thank you.
them. Actually, do you want to go back quickly just to talk a little bit more about inclusion before
Yeah.
we open to questions? So, you know, how do you feel kind of about inclusive design, in the sense that a lot of designers and brands now seem to be designing for disability for kind of clout? And you're obviously a brand who does not do that, but there are some that only want to address disabilities for clout, not as a client. So like kind of what do you feel about that? Or how can the fashion industry really authentically or include people with disabilities? They're kind of my two questions.
Yeah. My mother taught special ed. So I kind of just grew up at the end of the school day going to her classroom. And, I've just been someone who's been around disability. And so there's not, for me, a kind of discomfort in asking questions, which I think made my time at Open Style Lab really effective. I like having the conversation. It's getting really bright. And when I see brands trying, I mean, A for effort, it does matter. At least you're starting somewhere. You have to.
You have to.
Um,
But do you think it's that lack of exposure or lack of really wanting to be exposed?
I think it's about asking if it's performative, right?
Right.
Um, there are some brands that I won't mention who are using persons with disability, who I question. I know it sounds pretty extreme, but I question their intentions
Oh,
and their depictions of persons with disability. And um, in the one I'm thinking of in particular, I really, and it's a luxury brand. I really think it's a little bit actually offensive and a joke. And I think there is sort of this performative side of it, and then there's this sort of disingenuous, insincere, offensive, sort of the pageantry of fashion be sort of becoming like an emperor with no clothes kind of situation. And for us, it's just, we're a small brand. We, I was raised with a certain sensibility to like duty and caring for others and community, and so
and you were
uh,
exposed to disability as well from a young age, right? And so I think
yeah, I mean, my brother has epilepsy. My sister has dyslexia. Um, we have some family members with autism. Even just recently, I was in a scooter accident, so I was walking with a cane for about 6 weeks. And I think one sort of job opportunity evaporated because I had a cane.
how did that
Um,
feel?
well, I can't prove that that's the reason, right? That's usually how it is. People
I feel
who
like that's kind of what
people who
people
are really versed in protecting themselves legally in these situations know how to say no without saying why, right? And that could be for being Black, that could be for being gay, that could be for having a disability. I kind of get to experience it all,
as do
um,
my brother, as do I.
right? You sort of learn what they're intimating, and how they're saying no without, in a court of law, being quoted for the reasons why.
And I
Uh,
think that like one point you brought up, that's why exposure is key, because I felt the more you expose people to disability and people see people like myself out there who is, well spoken, and people like yourself who is able bodied but you're you're designing inclusively, I think that will kind of break those stereotypes of whatever they think about people with disabilities, right? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess my biggest dream is to see people in wheelchairs participating in the shows of really big designers
Yeah.
in the future, and seeing it not as just a pat on the back, but those people be have a constant presence.
I think it's important to say too, like, we work with a modeling agency called We Speak, and they're an inclusive modeling agency. We've cast from them before, and one of the models we use, so I do consulting as well, and one of the models we cast for a show at Javits Center last year or earlier this year before COVID was, she had a prosthetic leg, and there was like a celebratory moment at the end of it, and she said to everyone in the room, like, this was sort of the first opportunity she had had in fashion where she was just cast as a model, and not, and it wasn't like they were trying to portray some sort of story around her disability. um yeah, so the other thing I think is important mentioning in this is you have to look beyond the disability too. It kind of, it's a two-way street, right? If you have someone who wants to be an ambassador or is interested in working with your brand, I'm not gonna work with you simply because you're a person with a disability. It's because you have something in your world, your work, your identity, your activism that resonates with me, that I think aligns with the kind of psychographics we want our brand to embody. So we don't really focus too much on demographics. We're thinking about people who are using their platforms, using their voice, using their privilege to make positive change in the world in meaningful ways beyond visibility. I don't think simply being like, just because I am in front of the camera and visible is really affecting change. It's more than that. It's speaking. It's having private conversations on the back end about manufacturing, about it's interesting with Black Lives Matter. We've there's a Black in Fashion Council, and one of the big things I noticed in that conversation was there was a whole hub missing of manufacturing. So you have this initiative, it's great, but if it excludes a pertinent part of the conversation, you're not affecting as much meaningful change as you possibly can. So I think it's important to mention, like, just because you have a disability doesn't necessarily mean you are the fit for as a model with the brand.
100% agree. I mean, obviously, I'm going to be the face of your menswear regardless,
We've
but
already had that conversation, yeah.
yeah, but I totally understand that, just because I have a disability, it doesn't mean that another brand will choose me because of that reason. You also have to fit in with what the brand is looking for, in a sense.
And even where they might just be financially. like I wish I could cut every size of a sample. And I have this conversation with some of the women who follow the brand, is like, there's the balance of where we are financially, the sort of the antiquated rules that fashion's married to right now,
Yeah.
and sort of like playing in some ways by those rules just to kind of keep yourself in the loop, but then also wanting to push the envelope, push the conversation. I don't think it's that provocative to use a person with disability in your collections. I think anyone can really look cool if they've got the personality, right?
Exactly. And also, I feel like, going back to personal style, like, there are a lot of people with disabilities who want to be in fashion that I've seen, especially since coming here. And as you know, in Asia, there's only myself and there's Keita, who went to your show,
Yeah.
who is, I
Hi,
have to
Keita.
say,
Jesus.
he is like way more stylish than I will ever be. He is just
He's
so,
cooler than me. Like,
yeah,
it's street style to the
he's just
max.
like,
Yeah.
he's like the definition of confidence and like
Yeah.
being in a wheelchair, and like I heard of him 3 years before we even connected. Like, the head of Tokyo Fashion Week was telling me about him, and so I think that I want to tell, yes,
No, go ahead.
I want to tell people that, like, yes, you may love just fashion and having a disability and wanting to be in fashion is great, but you also have to have that confidence, right? Like,
Absolutely. Oh, what I was thinking was, I think it's important to mention, Japan is a aging culture, so disability is actively a part of the conversation and cultural concern. I mean, even with COVID, it's so apparent they have a genuine respect for one another and concern for
yes,
one another's health and safety, that I
yes.
think for them, having and engaging in a conversation around disability is not as uncomfortable. Um,
I don't know. I think maybe in some ways yes, but also in some ways no. Because if you're a young person with a disability,
yeah,
it can be a
you're
little bit
limited. Yeah,
pardon.
you're like limited
They're
in where you,
limited, but also they can be a little bit like, you know, it depends on the person's cultural beliefs. That you could have done something in your past life, or you know, you know, there's a little bit more of an uncomfortability with younger people with disabilities as opposed to older people with disabilities.
but I think fashion is very powerful there,
Right.
and I think people notice when you're
Exactly.
very fashionable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And exactly like what I said in Jakarta, people wouldn't talk to me, you know, when I went to events, and when I wore something really cool, it was an icebreaker for them, right? So, you know,
Yeah.
fashion does have style, and fashion do have the power to really change the way you
Perceptions.
think.
Yeah.
That being said, though, I'd like to just express that, you know, don't wear something you're uncomfortable in because you think it looks stylish. You know, having true
Yeah.
personal style is feeling,
Comfort's a big piece of it.
yeah, feeling comfortable and confident in what you wear. I could wear a Chanel tweed suit and I may feel uncomfortable in it, and that would show, you know.
Yeah. It's funny. I don't share this often, so here we go. But
Whoa.
like one Christmas in New York City, I was an intern. I had to dress up for this costume party as Madonna, a la Gold Bustier, Blonde Ambition. And um, all night, I was like adjusting the, the bustier, and I was just like, is this what women go through? Because this is horrible, like I'm almost sort of fronting my confidence because I'm not comfortable. But yeah, it's a discomfort in for anyone is not a good experience, right? And you don't want, as a brand, your clothing or your style or your brand to be associated with a negative experience. And again, user experience, we're trying to just associate with a positive experience for as many users as possible.
Well, you know, I wish you and your brand the best always, and you always know that I'm behind you guys 100%. I'm
Thank
always
you.
supporting you, and I'm always, you know, I love you and I love your brand, and
Thank
I
you.
think
Love
I
you too,
really do. Like,
Jordy.
I really think you are amazing, and I really think that you are the future of fashion, and I'm so proud of you always.
Thank
And
you.
so it's such an honor to be able to share your work and have this conversation with you today.
Absolutely. Thank you for hosting this. I think these conversations are essential, and too often we forget, when we exclude people, what conversations are not happening, right? And they need to happen for change to happen.
Definitely.
Um, yeah. Do we want to turn it over to Q&A?
I think that we may not have had questions come through from what I can see, but that's okay. I think they might have really enjoyed our conversation so much that. But however, I do want to now transition over to the next speakers. I think will be Kay Chantel and Stephanie Thomas, and so we're gonna let them go through. And
Great seeing you, Jordy.
I'll be seeing you too, Jonathan. And
Take
thank you.
care. Be safe. Stay
You
healthy.
too, you too, Jonathan. See you later.
Have
Thank
a
you.
great day, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome to Cur8able Conversations. I am Cur8able, Cur8able curator and published model, and today I am a Black woman. I have my hair parted down the middle, pulled back. I'm wearing a black shirt, and it has the shoulder cut out. And behind me, there's a bed with lots of pillows, beige bedding, and purple curtains. So today I will be having a conversation about personal style with Stephanie Thomas. Hi, Stephanie. How are you today?
Hi, Cur8able. I'm looking forward to having this conversation. As Cur8able said, for audio description purpose for our blind attendees, I am a Black woman with shoulder length layered hair, a polka dot shirt that is sleeveless with slight shoulder pads. There is a flower to my right, a bookcase in the background, and I am wearing a gold necklace. And I think to my left, if people are able to see it, it's a little darker behind me, but you can see a refrigerator and kitchen cabinetry. I'm so excited to have this conversation though, seriously.
Yes, I'm very excited to have this conversation. I just want to thank everybody who's out there joining us today. So I want to begin, I guess, by talking about, of course, personal style. Yeah. And what would you say personal style is for you?
Well, I think the power of personal style is that it teaches other people how to interact with you, if that makes sense. My mother used to always say, we teach people how to treat us. And what I find, especially with disability, there's this perception of not seeing people with disabilities. There's this thing where it's like, oh, don't stare or don't look. So that's, to me, the power of personal style, which is why with Cur8able, I use styling as a tool to kind of dismantle, but to dismantle those negative perceptions of people with disabilities, because I don't want people looking away. I want people to see us, not apologize, not make excuses for, not but just see us. And that's the power of personal style to me, that it will help people see you and relate to you in a way that maybe because of societal attitudinal barriers, also known as ableism, has taught them not to. How about you? How do you see this?
Yeah, that was a very powerful statement. And I agree. I want personal style to me is kind of the same as what you're saying. I want people to see us as people, individuals, human beings. And we do have our own style that expresses who we are.
Yeah.
So I know that I like to live my style a little bit on the edge and show my edgy personality. So that's the power of it to me.
Now, if I can ask you a question, since we are having a conversation, may I ask?
Of course.
So I know this past year, you're currently in the reign of Miss Wheelchair Alabama.
Right.
And I know that you had to go through an entire process to get that crown. Do you mind sharing a little bit about that?
Yeah, we, in the process of that, getting down there, I didn't realize it would be like a whole weekend of events.
Okay.
So in preparation for that, we had to come up with looks. And I had some help from you as the disability personal stylist. And I had to come up with a business look. I had to come up with a evening gown look and just an everyday look. So with my everyday look, I kind of took it a little over the top, but still made it everyday.
Yeah.
I went with this fuzzy kind of off-shoulder sweater.
Love it.
And I used a plaid pant with a mustard stripes to give it a pop of color. Okay. And that was my everyday look. And it might be a little extra to some people, but I like to be extra. So
that's the power of personal styling.
Exactly. That's personal style, and that's my personal style.
Right.
So business, you and I came up with a pinstripe dress, pencil style dress with a gray blazer. And I just put my hair in a bun, but a raised bun, halo bun. And so that was my business look, and it was a totally different spectrum from my personal everyday look to business. And it was just really fun to come up with those different looks. And my evening gown was purple with what do you call the strings hanging from it? I don't really know what to call those.
You're breaking
Like
up.
tassels almost.
Yes, Chantel, you were breaking up just a tad bit. Can you say something for me now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now you're very clear. So forgive me for interrupting you, but you were breaking.
Oh, no problem, no problem.
The tassels.
Yeah, the evening gown had purple tassels coming from the shoulders. So again, that was my way of adding IG style to a very elegant look.
So if there, I think when we decided to have this conversation, I know it was scheduled for someone else. One of the reasons I was excited to talk about this is because what people don't know about Cur8able is that we're all in different places. So although we know, I mean, there are a few of us that are based here in LA, but you're based in Alabama. And I love a lot of times we have conversations, even if they're just over Instagram, and we're talking about things that are really standing out to us. And one of the things that are standing out to me during this time of COVID-19 is how much people who normally, you know, people that don't have disabilities are wearing a lot of comfortable wear. They're wearing a lot of things that don't have a lot of fasteners, which is what I've been, and people that have come before me, I'm sure as far back as the 1800s, 1700s, this isn't a new conversation, have been talking about making things more accessible. And that's been tripping me out a little bit, because I'm like, wow, it's great to see that an industry, specifically the fashion industry, that has in many ways started to embrace more people with disabilities as they have at different time frames in our history here in the States. But at the same time, I feel like people becoming more aware of comfortable wear is going to help move the conversation forward about human-centered design, to make sure that people with various disabilities, that we can dress in a way that is independent and still fashionable.
Right, that's so true. That's so true. Yeah, people wear workout clothes now and make it fashion, and that's what I've been doing for years.
Yeah.
It's like in the times when I have to wear jeans, I can't wait till I get home and take those off and be more comfortable.
Yeah.
Because that's not the best accessible clothing for people with disabilities, especially people who use wheelchairs for mobility.
Yeah. And
so
tell me, you live with spina bifida.
I do.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, I was born with spina bifida, and my injury level is at the L5 region, so it's the lower back. And you know, with styling, I haven't always had the best options of clothes because my stature is very small.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times I have to shop in the kids section.
Yeah.
And just until recently, I've been able to find clothes that were for adults, because they've started to broaden, you know, the size spectrum. But styling.
Let's stop there, can we? And I know it's a conversation and I'm asking you a lot of questions, but I used to be a reporter, so forgive me. You can just shut me down and be like, hello. But I'm just so curious. What's the difference in how that made you feel to now be able to shop in different sections other than the children's section?
It made me feel, back then, it's like my only options was flowers and pretty little just things on your socks that you don't want.
Yeah.
So it's like now it's like I actually have the option to choose to wear adult clothing. Like the top I have on today, I would have never been able to wear this maybe 10 years ago, or find this in my size, especially in the kids section.
Yeah. I just think that it sounds so small, but I think that's huge.
Right. So was there any struggles that you had growing up with styling?
Yeah, and thank you for asking me that, because I think one of the things that people don't know, because social media is really just, it's not really real life.
Right.
And so I don't really engage the way that I would offline. I've always liked, even though I can't swim, I've always liked beaches and just being very casual. And for me, I started to dislike it because I could never just be on the beach without people wanting a dissertation about my feet. You know, you want to know why, you know, I don't have all my toes, or, you know, the looks, or even sometimes when you are with someone and they're not really your people, but like maybe a date or something like that, you can tell that they're uncomfortable from other people being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then you
Yeah.
go, okay, that's good. I know that you're not really down for me, but I think that has been, because if I could, Kay Chantel, I would be barefoot on the beach, just in a swimsuit or a wrap or something, just completely relaxed and hanging out. I do have some COVID weight that would definitely require me to have a wrap for my mind, for my peace of mind. But other than that, I would just love to be chilled. And I don't feel like, up until recently, and I wish I could have said that, you know, in my 20s, I was this way, but up until recently, I didn't feel comfortable enough in my own body to be able to do that. I took other people's ableism onto myself and actually started to shy away from that. And so to answer your question about actual clothing, I just needed to give you a background of a part of me that I don't share a lot, because even if, you know, I didn't have COVID weight or whatever, I wouldn't be on Instagram in swimsuits. It's just kind of not my thing. But in my real life here in California, I would love to just be on a beach, just on a lounge chair reading books without people making commentary or, you know, talking about my feet when I had zero control over it. And I don't feel like I need to be ashamed because they have issues. And when it comes to finding shoes, that's my greatest issue. I don't have a thumb, and I do have circulatory issues. So my hands tend to be a little harder. The blood flow is very different in my hands. And so sometimes, you know, I'll get the cracking in my hands, but I don't have dexterity challenges that prohibit me from buttons. I just don't like them. And so I very rarely wear things with buttons. But with my feet, that's a whole nother thing. So I have to wear shoes that are comfortable. And for years, I wore the wrong size shoes because I didn't think to have, you know, to check Nordstrom or now Zappos Adaptive for split shoe programs where my foot that's a size and a half smaller than my other foot, I could actually wear the right size. And what that does when you're ambulating by walking is it caused me to grip the bottom of my shoe to kind of keep my shoe in place. And I noticed that I get a lot of spasms, right, on my foot. And I don't know if it's related, but I know that, you know, almost like someone with spinal cord injury or some other type of injury, you know, I'll have to stop for a moment because of how my feet are reacting. And for years, I didn't even know that. I always thought that I had on the wrong type of shoe, but I wasn't also taking into account that, oh, it's just the way my feet are made. I have to pause more when I ambulate. I had to give myself some grace, realizing that although I do ambulate independently, I have to be careful about how much I walk, how much time I spend, because that's not something that you always think about. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. Thank you for sharing that, because that info might be helpful to someone who's watching. And we should be able to be on the beach as freely as we want to be without being questioned about our appearance.
Right. I mean, you're right. When you think about it, now that I'm kind of saying it out loud, when I think about it, it's like, that takes a lot of nerve. Like, that takes a lot of nerve for someone to say that. And although people say, oh, just ask, people don't mind. Well, when I'm just relaxing on the beach and my feet are just a part of my body, you know, I don't think that that should be an issue. And I think that's part of the reason that I fight so hard to normalize things, because I don't want anyone to ever feel the way that I feel. I don't think I've ever shared this with you. I have shared it before, but one really pivotal moment for me, I'm going to share my times from Alabama A&M. I don't think you know I went to A&M for one semester. Did you know that?
I do, but I haven't heard many stories from it.
So I did go to Alabama A&M for one semester. And the cool part about it was I came in. So here's my history. instead of going away to college when I first graduated from school, I wound up accidentally becoming a cheerleader for the Bulls. And I say accidentally because I had no idea what I was auditioning for. I was just like that person that loved the arts. And I went into the audition becoming a cheerleader. And then I went to college after being a cheerleader for 2 years. And one of the things that I started to do in college, you know, historically Black schools, I was one of the dancers. And so when I came to Alabama A&M, I was a dancer for a brief while, but my legs would swell from, you know, marching on the pavement. So I couldn't do it for long, but I was at band camp. I was there early, and I'll never forget, one day someone saw my feet, right? And I don't know what they said at first, but they were like, and I'm going to use an expletive that they can kind of beep out later because I just think it's important to the conversation. This guy that I knew, he was really kind. And he was like, "What's up, Steph?" I was like, "Hey, what's up?" He was like, "You know, you are really pretty, but your feet are fucked up." And so I remember him saying that. I know your facial expression is exactly how I felt. So you know what my response was to that? I wore sandals every single day for the rest of band camp. Pedicured, sandals, people made fun of me, people talked about me, and I went back to my dorm room and I would cry. But I was like, bump that. You do not get to dictate to me what I wear, how I wear it, and what I look like. That's the Taurus in me, I'm sure. And because I'm just like, oh no. I'm like revving up to like show them you can't control this party. But I thought that was so rude. I thought it was so, it just took a lot of, you know, something to feel like he could talk to me that way. Right. But I really appreciate it because I was also, like I said, a dancer. And so in addition to dancing with the dance camp, this was before I became an AKA. I was a little sister to the alphas on campus. And so I was in a competition. We had like a show or whatever. And it was interesting that my talent was dance. So I did like lyrical dance. I remember to Mariah Carey's Vanishing. And so there was a transition to the way people talked about me. I went from being the girl with the effed up feet or the weird feet to actually being the girl that danced. You know what I mean? Like, even though they knew I was a professional cheerleader before I started dancing with the band, and I had to stop because my legs, my quads and my calf and everything was swell up from bumping on the pavement. And it was just so interesting to see how they changed their perception of me when I started dancing barefoot, because you know I did my lyrical dance barefoot. So it was like giving them the middle finger the whole time. It was just like, you will not control me. I probably will have to go to therapy, but I am not gonna let you control me.
That's awesome. That's awesome. You know, I don't know why people feel like they have the audacity to comment on someone's shortcomings, and I'm using quotation marks because that's not for you to speak on. If you think that you're a pretty woman, then that's just what it is. There should be no but after it.
Yeah.
Because I know growing up, I can't count how many times I heard, "Oh, you're pretty for a girl in a wheelchair." What is that? That's not even a compliment anymore.
Yeah, it's never been a compliment. It's like, you're pretty to be dark skinned, you're pretty to be. And I think that's the power of personal styling or personal style, because when you own who you are and you take stock in who you are, you can have grace. Like now, you know, years later, looking back, I wasn't thinking about what may have been going on in his life, that he felt like he could talk to another human being like that. But I know now, the more comfortable I am in my own body, which I still struggle, you know, with my own issues. I think everyone does, but not so much with my feet anymore. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because my feet allow me to do the walking that I need to do the work that I love to do, to live the life that I've been so graciously given to live. And so it's like, I think he's the one that had the issues. And so it's almost like what we've been dealing with our social justice here in the States. You know, I see a lot of similarities between ableism and racism and any other ism, because I think that people are afraid, and what people are afraid of, they ostracize, they become xenophobic, they become, they're like, they want to protect themselves from the unknown. And so I really am a proponent of education through interaction. After a while, that's what I saw happening on that campus. Yeah, it was a time where I was the girl with the feet, but then when they saw me dance, it was like, oh, she's the girl that dances. And then it was Stephanie. It changed because there was interaction. And I used to have a lot of my able-bodied friends when I was in grad school, and even in undergrad, they would say, oh, I think it's your imagination. And what I'll say to people that are not people with disabilities, don't dismiss someone. It's just like dismissing someone who may be part of the LGBTQIA community, or someone that is of another ethnicity that you don't know. Don't dismiss what they're experiencing. I remember, thinking that maybe they were right, maybe I'm over exaggerating. But no, when people say stuff like that to you, it has an impact on you.
It does.
And it's like people used to say that a lot of Black people were pulling the race card, or you're too sensitive. And now they go, oh, shoot, this was happening behind the scenes. We're like, yeah. So this may be recorded, but this has been going on forever and a day.
Right.
So yeah, I think that is the power of personal style, because as I'll talk about a little bit in my keynote later today, personal style is not just exterior. It's the way in which you choose to carry yourself. It has to do with, are you a person that believes in being gracious and kind? You can put on a suit, you can put on a dress. As soon as you open your mouth, the game may change. That's all I'm saying.
Right. It's definitely about how you feel about yourself as well. And I guess it's safe to say you used your power of personal style to change people's perspective of you during that time. So I think that's a very powerful story. And you had a quotable moment in there too, where you say you used your feet paved the way for you to walk into, I don't want to misquote you, but that's quotable. You might have to go in and write that down.
You know what? It's interesting because I don't even know what I said, but I think it's where that has stemmed from is me having to just be grateful.
Yes.
And you know what? I don't, I'm a person of faith. Some people are not people of faith, so they may not relate to this, but I just have to do me. And I feel like, for me, God is intentional. There are no mistakes. This wasn't like, oh, dang, I looked away and her feet. Whoa, we let that one go out with no feet. Whoa, we let that one go out with no hands. I don't believe in that. I think that, and I don't believe that, every time I go in church, which, I love my people, but it's like, don't send me in a room to pray for me to have a thumb. Don't tell me that I just need faith and my toes will show up.
Can I pray for your healing?
I know you probably get it all the time. Are they trying to get you out of that chair? All the time, it's like Jesus heals. It's like, yeah, but have you ever thought about the fact that maybe I'm the way that I'm supposed to be? Can I say something else? I hope I'm not talking too much.
No, you're doing fine.
But I just have to say, something else that really dampened the way that I saw myself was the idea of being an overcomer. I used to buy into that. People used to say, oh man, Steph, you've overcome so much. And I used to be like, it was almost like a badge of honor. Like, yeah, I've overcome this. And it's like, whoa. I didn't overcome anything. This is who I am. And I'm going to give you a quick example. So this is my right hand. This is how I snap with my right hand, right? This is my left hand. This is how I snap with my left hand. It's just the way I'm made. It's just who I am. I didn't overcome something to snap a certain way on my left hand than I did on my right hand. And what I'm trying to get across with that is that if you're born a certain way or you become a person with a disability, as a result of, you know, any number of things. You're not overcoming something. You're just being you. Even if that you changes and shifts. And I got news for you. Even if you don't live with a disability, your body's going to shift and change.
Yes.
And you won't be who you were yesterday. You know what I mean? Like, and you're not overcoming something to be that. And does that make any sense whatsoever?
Yeah, because I it's crazy you said that. I just said this not too long ago. I made a post about it on my Insta story.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did. I said, you know, we hear so much about how we overcame, you know, our situations. And it dawned on me, I didn't overcome anything. I adapted to what was around me.
Yeah. And I think that I think about fashion a lot because of my work. And I think about the functional fashion movement from the 1950s and the 1960s. And I always think about the marketplace. How is the clothing selling? Not that the clothing was made, but if the clothing is made and no one's buying it, what's the deal behind that? And I read books that I have from the 1960s and 1950s, 1940s, 1970s. And the one thing that they're saying is, we don't understand why the marketplace isn't moving. And I'm doing, I'm a co-author on a book for Bloomsbury Publishing. It's going to come out in 2022 with my wonderful writing partner, Kate Hitchcock. And she is doing incredible research. Her focus is history, and my focus is current marketplace and current discourse. And one of the things that we've been noticing is that there were a lot of things happening when there was support from the government and different things like that. She's done incredible work. I don't want to give it all away before the book comes out. But what I've learned from working with her and going through this process with this book is that the one missing piece, Cur8able, is that we never addressed attitudinal issues related to people with disabilities. We designed the clothes, even where Kate is so brilliant. She's discovering stuff from the 1800s, 1700s, where people in their own way were addressing these issues of dressing with disabilities. But the idea of disability, at least here in the States, outside of the Native American communities, was not approached in the same way, because they made the clothes, but they didn't address the attitudinal barriers. They created the ADA, which we're celebrating its 30th year, but you cannot legislate attitudinal change. We know that.
No, that's correct. That is so correct. And I say we're in a season, well, I'm in a season where I want myself and others around me to unlearn and relearn. Like there are things that we've been taught that don't work. They haven't worked.
Yeah.
We have to reteach ourselves what is going to work in order to move forward.
Well, you know, I have to ask, because I'm asking this all the time, what would you want designers to know? And what do you want the industry to look like? Because I know I have my own views.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what you think.
I want the industry to look like all people. Like, I want to look at a commercial, and Target does a great job of this. I want to look at a commercial and see all types of people, not just one type of people. I want to look at magazines, flip the magazines, and see all types of people, not just, you know, one standard of beauty like I speak on all the time. I want designers to realize that there are different types of needs for different types of people.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I'm not the only one who can relate to needing a zipper on the side. I'm sure it's hard for everybody to get a zipper up from the back.
And I don't even think that that's safe for sitting all the time. And I agree with you. And then I'm gonna let you continue. I just think that we don't remember that some people don't even sit. Some people lay down, and that's how they exist in the world. They lay down. Some people's wheelchairs are laid back all the time. Some people don't leave their houses often. Their homes is often, and they lay down. They still get dressed. They have a dresser, and they still want to feel beautiful and look beautiful, but they lay down. And so I do agree that there are different types of body types. So what were you saying? Please forgive me.
Oh, yeah, there are different needs for different people. We need to reevaluate what standard clothing is.
Yeah.
And I know personally for me, in shoe departments, I want to see more sizes, specifically smaller sizes of nice adult shoes.
What size do you wear?
I wear a 12 in kids.
Okay.
So I still have to shop in
Not
the
toddler, right?
not toddler, yeah,
Okay.
just it's considered a step up from toddler.
Okay, so I have clients that do wear toddler. So you're
Mhm.
right. If you extend the shoe, you know, the footwear run, the size run of shoes, you will include more people. And I think that they're already making clothes that look like they're for adults, for children anyway.
They
So
are.
I think it's a value system. You know, one of the things that I do say is that in 2006, when I went to shop at Target to buy some pet food, and I noticed this London fog like jacket, I was just like, this is crazy. Why are there more clothing in the store right now for pets than there are for people with disabilities? And that's when I started saying that, because then I went to the clothing department and I was like, if I had a child that had a seated body type, and I wanted them to be able to dress with dignity and independence, because one of the comments that I get all the time, and it's not an ignorant comment, I think it's kind of legitimate. They're like, well, people with disabilities have on clothes. I think that's legitimate, but they don't. I say, well, let's take a step before you get the clothes on. It's called getting dressed. It's an activity of daily living that's not easy for everyone, right? And I said, some people take hours to get dressed because the clothing is not designed for them to get dressed with independence. Some of the clothing causes medical problems. And some of the clothing that is being marketed to people with seated body types, it's just not attractive. And so
No.
I just think that, you know, overall, I love what you're saying. I think what you're saying is spot on. Is there anything else that you would love to see the industry do?
Yes. So when you're having these conversations and thoughts about, dressing people with disabilities and things of that nature, how about you include us in those conversations?
Well, well.
And I think that's the biggest part of what needs to change in the industry.
Yes, nothing for us without us. I can't remember the gentleman's name. I should remember it off the top of my head. I use this quote all the time. That was not a Stephanie quote. That was definitely someone actually wrote a book about it. And I know someone in the comments is probably like, it's so, but yeah, I agree with you. Don't you think that that's important? I mean, I feel like it's an oversight.
Yes, it is. And I say that, with not only just clothing, with venues for access. How can you plan a space for people with disabilities to be in if you don't even know what we need?
But you know why it's not happening, right?
What?
Because people are not comfortable personally with disabilities.
Yes. Yes, I can definitely see that. And
They don't
see that in conversations.
Yeah, they don't even know to say, hey, Cur8able, you've been hired for this gig. We don't want you to have to come around the back through the garbage where the ramp is. We want you to be able to enter the front. Do you use a wheelchair? Do you have crutches? Like, they don't, you get where I'm going? So yeah. I think that people,
they tiptoe around it.
Yeah, once people feel more confident about asking questions, I think it'll be okay. And I think that they'll feel more comfortable around it when we start to move away from where we are culturally to where disability is really included. I know we're not supposed to start questions until 1:45, but one of my students, and I want to give a shout out to my fashion marketing students, Noella, I think Alexis is watching today. I'm sure Risky is watching. And then Jewel, you guys are awesome. So they're monitoring the questions. And although I think we missed a couple of questions for Jordy and for Jonathan, they did a great job. I do want to just make sure we get these questions in and we don't miss these. But this question is for you, Cur8able. It says, in your opinion, how should luxury brands approach becoming accessible without crossing the line between inclusive and being disingenuous?
That is a great question.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that goes back to what we were just talking about. I don't luxury, low end, whatever. In order to be more inclusive in disability styling, you still have to bring us in on those conversations. So they have to not be afraid to come to someone who is maybe a model influencer with a disability. Start there if you don't feel comfortable talking to someone you might even know, and say, hey, what do we need to do for styling for people with disabilities?
Yeah.
Or what can we do to make this better? It all starts with the conversation and bring us into those conversations.
And I do think too, it's also very simple. There's a Google machine. I'm being a little sarcastic, but I think if people will just do research, I love when my students, not my current students, not these women I just introduced, but over 18 years when I've been an adjunct, I've heard people say, we won't use this. Why are we doing this? Like they think that becoming intellectually curious is not something that'll be used outside of school, but researching absolutely is utilized. And I think when you just decide to take it seriously, you'll do the research. And because even though I have clients, all of my clients are people with disabilities, there are things that we discover together. There are things that I can teach them, not because I know everything, but because I've discovered correct questions to ask over years of my own research, 28 years of looking at current clothing trends for people with disabilities. And so, and what's happening in a marketplace. Another question for you, Cur8able, is tell me how you define confidence.
Oh, I define confidence in being completely comfortable with yourself, regardless what anybody thinks or says to you. Full confidence is knowing, hey, I know I'm that chick or I'm that dude, and I don't need anybody to tell me that for me to believe that. That's confidence to me. And moving in it, not just knowing it, but once you do know it, you have to move in that confidence.
How has your confidence, and I'm just like piggybacking off of the question that came in, but how has your confidence impacted your decision making? I know you recently received you didn't receive it, you earned your MBA. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So how has your confidence impacted your move?
I will say that when I was in college, coming out of high school, going into college, I didn't have a whole lot of confidence. I thought I did, but I was focused on what people were telling me about me. And so I thought that was my confidence.
Can we just stop there? Can we just stop in that, like focused on what people were telling me about me, which is basically social media.
Basically, but before it was, so popular.
Before it was social media, yeah.
So yeah, but it wasn't until I got ready to graduate college and move out completely on my own, that I realized that wasn't exactly confidence. I was just kind of getting by.
Yeah.
And so confidence, I got that when I took a hard look at myself and I'm like, do you like you? Do you really like who you are? And so I had to unlearn that, that part of myself. And I love who I am. I wouldn't change it. People ask, the silly question of, if you could have the option to walk, would you walk? No, this made me who I am.
Yeah.
So I think that instilled the confidence that I have today and how I move in it.
Wow, I love that. I love that you just simply looked in the mirror and said, do you like you? Like they say, that will preach. That will preach.
That'll preach.
Because I think we ask a lot of questions, and I tend to be overly critical. You'll have a beautiful clear skin and you get one little bump. It's
the end of the world.
Yes. And then it just takes over the whole conversation. This little bump, and you have beautiful skin. You can, navigate the world in the way that you navigate the world. but it's just this little thing. And I feel like that is indicative of some of my own struggles, like learning where to focus, learning what questions to ask. Is there anything that, we're starting to round the corner? I've enjoyed this so much. I know you were interviewing me, but it was so many questions I wanted to ask you, but I was like, let me just chill. Cause I would have gone on, I would be like, and we wouldn't have talked about me at all. But I just want to know what's in the future for you? Like, what are you thinking of? Like, what's happening in your mind? What are your goals that you're willing to share?
The future for me, I feel like it looks like still working to change that representation that we see, and continuing to be the representation that I want to see.
Yeah.
And I think for me, that's just on a bigger scale. And I feel like I can see it moving. I can see myself progressing into whatever I'm meant to become, whether that's modeling, whether that's in the forefront of, interviewing, things like this, or radio, whatever that takes me. I just know it's going to take me somewhere.
How's that podcast coming along?
That podcast is doing all right.
I hear you. How many years did we talk about that?
Too many. I know I was still living in my old apartment, so it had to have been over 5 years ago.
Yeah, here's the thing that I love about me getting on you about the podcast. I've started and restarted my podcast about 3 times since I got on you about your podcast. And then I started it at the beginning of the year and then recorded portions of my podcast that I still have just never released. And so I think what this whole experience with Cur8able Conversations really has taught me to trust myself. And I do say it a lot to other people to trust your gut. But this is a manifestation of what we're doing today, is a manifestation of me trusting my gut and just saying, you know what, this is something that I feel like it needs to happen. I don't have $1 million budgets and all this other stuff, but I'm going to do what I can because I believe in the importance of this. And so when I made the decision, I feel like I was blessed to have people like the Brandon, who works at Woodbury, who introduced us to our wonderful director, Jacob, who, then the students that are working with me as a part of a civic engagement project, and pro bono ASL interpreters killing the game right now. They are helping to make this accessible for so many people. I'm just really proud of you. And I'm grateful that I had a chance to really share with you, but I want you to know I see you and I appreciate everything you're doing, and I see your growth. And I'm so grateful to have an opportunity to have you as part of our, collaboration community.
I really appreciate this, Steph, and I appreciate you as well for the push, for continuing to encourage me. And if we have time, I want you to answer that same question. Where do you see yourself moving forward, and in your work? What do you want to do?
Well, the one thing that I've put off for a long time is starting a family. Mm-hmm. So I am going to get a pet. I'm not kidding. I am getting a dog finally. My cat died years ago, but I do want to actually. I want to start to prioritize having a healthy relationship. And I don't think that it's too late now. I feel like if I would have met him, although I've been engaged previously, he obviously wasn't the gentleman I was supposed to be with. I feel like that I want that to be a priority, because right now all I do is work. All I do is work, no matter what. I know that's not the right song, but I didn't want to get sued for copyright, so I just kind of mixed those up. But I want to do that, and I want to start to work to live. And that's my number one priority. And I am really going to get a pet. But then the next priority, I don't think I told you this, but actually on Monday, I will be turning in my application for University of Southern California, doctorate of occupational therapy. I am going back to school to get my doctorate in occupational therapy.
That is awesome. Yep. That is awesome.
I really want to take my work to another level for people with disabilities, continue to do my work, but more as a dress therapist. And I want to travel the globe. I want to help stylists. I want to help people here in Hollywood. I want to help them on set. Like, they can bring me in to help when they're dressing actors with disabilities. They can hire me to help train them and get them going. I want to work with companies all over the world. And I just want to help people really make that transition. And I'm really, that's what I'm doing right now, applying for this program. I've got to get my prereq classes down. Prayerfully, I'll be accepted. And I really am working here in Hollywood to make sure that costumers and designers, I can give them the knowledge that I have, and then I can work in connection with them to really help actors when they're coming on set, to make sure that they have benches to transfer, to make sure that people understand about dressing little people or people with short stature. I want to really make an impact where I am, because this is where I'm planted. And I think that that's going to keep me busy. Oh, and I have my textbook finally coming out in the spring. It's supposed to come out in August, but I asked them to let me write about COVID-19's impact on Fashion Month. And so it will be out in spring 2021. And then I have a second textbook coming out in 2022 with Kate Hitchcock. And so that's my future: writing, speaking, consulting, and doing it as an occupational, having, a practice in occupational therapy, focusing specifically on that activity of daily living, dressing.
Right. That's awesome. And I wish you the best of luck on all your endeavors. I will be here to watch you. And
of course, Cur8able, like, that goes without saying.
Of course. But we've come so far.
Yes. And let me tell you what my desire is for Cur8able. I want Cur8able to do its job so well in helping to dismantle negative perceptions of people with disabilities that we're able to transfer, maybe transform it into another iteration of itself. I don't want it to always have to be advocacy, because I want Vogue and Elle and everyone else to get it to the point where they don't need Cur8able,
right?
Or Juniper or Open Style Lab. You know what I mean? I want us to get beyond what we're doing. I want it to be in the zeitgeist where everyone understands it, everyone gets it, and they're like, oh, we don't need companies like that. We've got it. Then I know I've done my job.
Right. Right. Well, I want to thank you so much for joining me on this conversation today and having this back and forth dialogue. This has been great. I hope there were plenty of people listening and continue to listen today, because we have more conversations coming throughout the day. And next we have Tatiana Lee, and she will, with her guest, Jamila Jamil.
Yes.
If I said it wrong, I'm so sorry. But yes, please stay tuned to watch that next conversations and the conversations after, because I'm sure you will learn a lot today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome to Cur8able Connects. My name is Tatiana Lee. I am a model, actor, and influencer, and a Cur8able curator. I'm so excited for the conversation that we are going to have today. And first, I wanted to, for our blind and low vision viewers, explain or describe what is going on. So, I am Tatiana Lee. I am described as a Black woman with curly black hair. I'm wearing a orange top with gold necklace and butterfly earrings, and behind me is a gray backdrop. And I want to introduce my guest, Jamila Jamil, and I'm going to read her bio for you for anyone who doesn't know who she is. Jamila Jamil is a one-of-a-kind multi-hyphenate who works as an actress, writer, host, and advocate. Jamila was first seen as American television, starring as Tahani in Mike Schur's Golden Globe nominated series, The Good Place, opposite Ted Danza and Kristen Bell. In 2020, Jamila will reprise her role as the host of the TBS game show Misery Index. She also voices the character Auntie Pushpa in the Disney series Mira, Royal Detective, with an all-Indian cast that includes Frida Pinto and Kyle Penn. In addition, she is one of the judges for the HBO Max's new competition show, Legendary. Jamila is an advocate for many causes and in 2018 launched a movement and activism platform called iWay. What started as an idea on an Instagram page became a platform and community of change makers who come together to share ideals, experiences, and ultimately mobilize activism. Through original content, editorials, and podcasts, the platform explores social issues that stem from mental health to climate change to representation of marginalized groups. In April 2020, iWay with Jamila Jamil podcast launched with Earwolf, in which Jamila speaks to different thought leaders, performers, activists, influencers, and friends, and how they are working through their past shames to find where their value truly lies. iWay will amplify and empower diverse voices in an accessible way to celebrate progress, not perfection. The podcast has features names such as Gloria Steinem, Reese Witherspoon, Demi Lovato, Billy Porter, and more. And she recently had our friend Jillian Mercado. In May 2020, the iWay platform expanded onto YouTube to bring viewers fresh, original content to keep everyone informed and inspired with a mix of interviews, behind the scenes, mini docs, and roundtable discussions. Thank you so much, Jamila, for joining us for Cur8able Conversations.
Hello, hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
So for anyone watching right now, my name is Jamila Jamil. I have long brown wavy hair. I'm wearing a black and white t-shirt. I have a white background behind me and a shelf with an award that is a Grammy that I didn't win, and some paintings behind me. So yeah, I'm very, very glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I feel like this conversation is long overdue. You and I have met in some passing. I was actually at your iWay launch event at Soho House, and that was when we first really interacted. And I'm so excited that you were here to have this conversation with me. And you're someone that I admire, just for your activism work, for your work as an actress, and so much more. And so I just want to ask you, how do you define personal style, and what does personal style mean for you?
I mean, for me, I don't have a style. Personal style is just however I or my body are feeling that day. That will determine how I dress. And if I'm feeling maybe a bit insecure or like I need to show power, I will wear a big, baggy men's power suit. Especially if I don't want to be objectified by anyone in any way. But I really think it depends on exactly how what I want to what I want to say. I think your clothes say something about you from the second that you walk in the door before you have a chance to introduce yourself. And so I try to now back in England, I used to wear a lot of dark colors, and now I want to project a vibrancy. So I wear lots of, not right now, but I'm at home, but I try to wear big, bold colors and like fun prints and just try to have as much fun with fashion as I can.
I love that. I love that. I know for me, I always dress according to how I feel too. And actually, growing up, a lot of times people, almost because you're different, make you feel uncomfortable. So you automatically think that you're supposed to be kind of uncomfortable and stuff. So I've always worn like a lot of jeans and like baggy hoodies and things like that because, you almost are made to feel ashamed of your body sometimes. And so that's interesting that you said that, how you feel, because sometimes I feel like a hoodie and sometimes I feel like something cute. And actually, Stephanie has really pushed to encourage me to wear more colors because I'm normally that person that would completely wear black.
Exactly, 100%. I really like that, and I think it's so important. I also think that when you are curvaceous, in particular, you are told to. One second, I taught my dog how to ring a bell when he needs for a shit, and he's now ringing that bell at possible timing. So for anyone who cannot see, I have a tiny little red doodle and
Oh, he's so cute.
outside for a shit. There you go. The glamorous life.
Hey, everything is in between. Every moment cannot be glamorous.
Oh no, no. What I was going to say is that I think especially when I was bigger, because I've been various different sizes. Right now, I guess I'm probably like a size 8, but I've been a size 20, size 18, etc. Sometimes a bit bigger in my life when I was younger, in particular, especially when I was on medication, and there just weren't many clothes, and B, when they were all black and navy blue and grey in an attempt to be quote unquote slimming. And I think that's really offensive. And so the last time I gained a lot of weight, even though I was being kind of nationally fat shamed over in the UK and like paparazzi were parked outside my house, I was like, nah, fuck it. I'm going to wear tiny white dresses and everything can just like spill out and hang out. It's fucking hot outside and I love my body. And, started to incorporate as much color as possible. I think it was actually when I gained weight that I started to wear more color and more vibrant clothes and more things that were like, notice me. And I think that that's really healthy.
I love that. And I think it is healthy. And it took me a while to get to that place too, to feel comfortable and wear bold colors, even though I'm curvier. And then, thinking about not having a lot of options. I'm a wheelchair user, and there's not a lot of clothing options for people who are wheelchair users, especially when you think of being plus size and being a wheelchair user. There's like really not anything for you to wear, and you're constantly told, you have to be slimmer, you have to be thinner, and those are the only options. And so I love what you do with I Weigh and your platform, and saying that I used to be this size, or no matter what size I am, it is okay. And that has encouraged me. I'm a size 18. I've consistently been a size 18 throughout my life. So I know it is just my size, and that's okay. But it took me a long time to get to that point because I wanted to be thinner, because I wanted to wear the cute outfit. But then the only adaptive jeans that were available were only a size 2. And, so much of that. And I think it's so important for people like ourselves to have these conversations, to let, people know, like, no, these are our bodies, and whatever you say and do, you're not gonna stop me from loving my body.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think that's the whole point, is that we're supposed to make sure that we, especially those of us who are within this industry, that we keep calling out designers. I've been doing it for like 7 years. I stood on stage and first said what what I told you, which is that if you can't design for a body, for different types of bodies, anything above a size 0, for a non-disabled person, then you just aren't very talented. Like, we clearly must have a bunch of really untalented designers at the top, because they seem to all only be able to, we use the term in fashion, coat hanger. So that is someone who's so thin that you may as well be hanging the clothing on just honestly just a hanger. And so if you can only design something that looks good on and can fit and can work for someone
Yeah.
who has the same amount of like mass as air, as actual air, then you need to go back to school. We need
Yeah.
some talented designers. And also, I think the funny thing that we never talk about enough is that Christian Siriano expanded his sizing and tripled his income in 1 year. Tripled. When other designers, by the way, design houses have been closing down one after the other after the other. Like, long-standing iconic brands are shutting down.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not just about being a good person, it's also just good for business.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, in England we call it the purple pound, which is the I don't know if that's what you call it here, but the funding of people with disabilities, like the money they have to spend, we refer to as the purple pound. They can't spend it on going out to the cinema because a lot of cinemas in the UK aren't adaptive. They can't wear the clothes. They can't participate and in the economy because they're being denied access. So how stupid is it to try to close your business off, whatever that business may be, to such a huge portion of society?
Exact.
You're not a minority.
Exactly.
You can't do
Exactly.
without being a minority, which I think is so insane. I mean, people with disabilities. I don't mean you specifically.
Yeah, no, I agree. I totally agree. And a lot of times people don't think about us, people with disabilities, as a fashion customer. And that's something that I learned from Stephanie, working with her as my stylist. And she's like, people don't value us as fashion customers. And, I do a lot of consulting for the entertainment industry. And one of the things that I love having a conversation with them about is the buying power of people with disabilities. Like, we have buying power, and I don't know what it is in the UK, which I'm pretty sure it's extended even further, but in the US, Nielsen did a study and the disability market is worth over $1 trillion.
Yeah.
And it's like, and so, but you're not thinking of us as a fashion customer. And people like myself, I have to be dressed appropriate because I'm going into, studio meetings and meetings with executives and all of that kind of stuff. And it's so important on how we're dressed and, to really reflect how we feel. And it's so important.
I know. And like I was talking to Gillian Mercado on my podcast. For anyone who doesn't know, I have a podcast. It's called I Weigh with Jamila Jamil. And she was on. She's an amazing actress and model and advocate for the disabled community. But she, we were talking about it, and I was like, I feel like they just want you to be naked all the time. Maybe, maybe that's
Yeah.
what do they expect? It's the same thing with bigger bodies. Like they don't want you to have workout clothes. They want you to be thinner, but they don't want you to have anything to exercise in. They don't want they don't they don't remember that people with disabilities have dates to go on. They have job interviews to go.
Interviews.
They have a social life that they need to be dressed for. And why would we deny them the chance to feel themselves when they are perfectly attractive, normal human beings?
Exactly.
What are we doing? It doesn't make any sense, and it just kind of speaks to how behind, how ableist, how pathetic our society still is. And because I was in a wheelchair at 17, and I spent kind of 2 years of my life unable to walk, and and also just like a large portion of my life, because I have something called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a super debilitating and exhausting collagen deficiency, which means that it affects my joints, it affects my bones, it affects every single cell in my body and how everything works. So my heart, everything, every organ is impacted by this condition. And this condition means that I get inflammation almost every time I move. So by the end of every single day, my legs are always twice the size they were when I woke up that morning. Like, I'm swollen, I can't move, and I'm in agony. And I think because I've had such a long running experience with disability myself, less so than many others, and but it has given me this kind of obsession with disabled access and with accessible clothing and stuff. So I'm currently planning on and thinking about my own small clothing line, and adaptive clothing and accessible sizing is something that's really, really important to me.
Nice, definitely. That's awesome. And thank you for, paving that way. That is so important. I mean, we have a few brands, like we have Tommy Adaptive, and we have so many other things, and especially Zappos for curating so many different pieces for people with disabilities. And I have definitely been fortunate enough to model for Zappos, and because they have bigger clothing size and stuff like that, but we definitely need more people making more accessible brands. And I think that is so important, and people like you who have larger platforms to be able to talk about that and bring that intersection. And that brings me to the point of what people assume disability looks like. When people, have this idea of what they think disability looks like, they think it looks like me, a person in a wheelchair. That's obviously disabled, but certain people would never assume that you are also a person with a disability.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Which is
Yeah, mine is now more invisible, and so therefore people either deny that it's real or they don't take it very seriously, they don't understand. But my invisible disability means that when it comes to fashion, I can still wear everything, and so I'm very, very aware of that. And so I've tried to make sure that I keep talking about this issue, and I have been doing so for like 8 or 9 years, just to make sure that I don't become complacent in like, oh well, I'm not in that group anymore, so now I don't have to worry about it. Which is why when you asked me to have this conversation with you, I was like, yes, because it's so important. And I also feel embarrassed to work within an industry that still hasn't caught up. I'm really proud of Tommy Hilfiger for being one of the first like mainstream major brands that
Yes. Shout out to Tommy Hilfiger.
they're one of the only brands that I actually fuck with, because I think that they are actually paying attention, again, not in this patronizing way. They're tapping into $1 trillion market. Like,
Yes.
I'm sure it's also because they are good people, but mostly it's good business. That's the thing I keep trying to explain to all brands. Like, just be smart. Look at every time we've included those who we have otherized, like Bridesmaids, we showed women at the forefront of comedy. Black Panther, Crazy Rich Asians, even my TV show, The Good Place, the comedy. Like, it's full of really diverse cast members. It's really high content. We broke all of the rules, and we represented people from different parts of the world without stereotyping them. And therefore, we found ourselves with a huge global hit on our hands, where people from all around the world saw themselves on our screens. So
Yes.
it's the same thing with just representing people on your websites and in your branding. And
Exactly.
also just no longer keeping people with disabilities out of the idea that they are the fantasy. Like, this thing that magazine editors always say when they justify why they always only show, like, skinny, tall, white people with non-disabled people, is because they're like, well, we're selling a fantasy. How dare you, how fucking dare you say
Seriously, that is not the ideal. Or why can't we be a part of the fantasy?
you are all the fantasy?
Yes.
We're all someone's fantasy.
Exactly. I say that because it's like almost as if people want me to be completely ashamed of who I am. And I love myself and everything that comes with me, all of my curves, my curly, kinky hair, my skin, my wheelchair, how I roll, how I move about the world. It's like you said, how dare you? And it's just not only that, people with disabilities, a lot of times we need jobs. We need jobs. I work as a model. That is how I make my living, as a model. And it's like, how dare you deny me a job opportunity because you're trying to sell this fantasy that
100%.
I can't be a part of, where everyone else loves to see. Apparently, people love my social media and my photos that I post. So why can't you transfer that to a magazine?
And also, don't even talk about jobs. This year, the way that the world's arse has been exposed, and the fact that they've been telling disabled people for years, we can't hire you because you can't work from home. And now the entire world is running from home.
From home.
I haven't
Yeah.
left my house in like 9 months, more than about 6 times. And I've worked all year.
Yes.
Everyone can work from home.
Yep.
I have see what happens. Employment figures for people with disabilities.
I have been thriving in quarantine, though. I've been very busy working, and it's been pretty awesome. But yeah, people say, oh, we don't know how to do this, we don't know how to do that. But people, like you said, with disabilities have been asking to be able to work from home for years, and a lot of different accommodations like telemedicine, all of those different things we have been screaming for years. And now all of a sudden the rest of the world is getting a little glimpse. And this was funny. I said this right when the pandemic started. I said, people are starting to get a little bit of a glimpse of what it is like to be disabled. And I was like, we already know how to adapt and thrive in it. So, and that's something people don't understand. They assume that we don't know how to do all the problem solving, but we've been trying to problem solve from the beginning. And it's so important.
I have friends with disabilities who've been doing job interviews and just not revealing their disability, and they're not having to because the job interviews are all over Zoom, and so it's just shoulders up, and they happen to have disabilities that are maybe more like the tits down, so they get jobs that they've previously been turned down for. because
Nice. But I mean, that's nice, but it's not nice.
it's infuriating, but it just goes to show that later on, when that employer finds out that they hired someone with a disability, they'll be like, oh,
No.
nothing changed. This person was perfectly capable. We worked brilliantly. I have a friend who's got an invisible illness, and she's chronically sick, and she's always been forced to go into the office for years and years and years. And now she's just said she's never going into the office again. She was like, fire me, because I'm never coming in again. I've been able to perfectly do my job and run this company. She's the head of legal at this huge company. She's like, I've been able to do my job perfectly well from my house, so I'm not leaving my house again. Or you
Yeah.
can pay for like an accessible car to pick me up from my house and take me every day.
Nice. I love that. Yes, demand what you want. See, people don't realize how much having people with a disability on your team is an asset to have. And even part of any of your team, your fashion team, anything, we are just amazing problem solvers, and we bring the business. And so I think people don't give us enough credit for all the shit we deal with.
I think we need mostly magazines. I think when it comes to, I know it sounds stupid, but magazines in Hollywood, the impact they have really does bleed out into our society. You know, it really does impact the way we look at things and look at people. That's why I'm so excited for you, or for Gillian Mercado, you know, being the L word. I think Aaron Phillips, she's such an amazing role
Yes.
model, and someone who again proves that you can be sexy on your own terms. And so, wait 1 second.
Yes.
I was just asking a friend to bring the back in from his.
No problem. So we have a question in. So what is your favorite accessories?
My favorite accessory is, I love shoes. I love shoes. Shoes are not always made to make women in particular feel comfortable, but I do love high heels, although I don't know if I'll ever be able to walk in one again after this year of wearing flats. But I love good shoes. I found this brand that is completely sustainable called Rothy's, and they're these flat shoes. They pulled plastic out of the oceans and made these shoes out of them, and they're so comfy and they're so
Nice.
cute. So Rothy's shoes are currently my accessory at the moment. But I love shoes and I love bags, and also I love the fact that mostly they don't discriminate. An accessory is one of my favorite things because of the fact that anyone from anywhere, at any size, any disability, non-disability, or even age can wear them and enjoy them.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, that's the area where you can discriminate the least is when it comes to accessory. And actually, shoes and bags are my favorite too.
I
Before
had an argument with a huge shoe brand recently who wanted me to do a line with them. And I said, only if we have someone in a wheelchair also in the campaign with me. They have not said yes yet, but I'm kind of holding them.
use your privilege, girl, use it.
Oh, no, my point being, I said to them, they were like, they were like, yeah, but this is heels. And I was like, who can wear heels
Heels.
than a woman or a person in a wheelchair? Have you seen Aaron Phillips in like Machino 7 inches? I can't wear heels for as long as Aaron can.
Seriously.
So have someone who's going to look fire in heels who can sit down and look amazing in them. This doesn't make any sense to me that you'd be like, no, heels aren't for them. Heels are not made for walking. Heels are made.
They're not. They're made strictly for the fashion.
Like, I don't understand why we wouldn't market the shit out of the craziest shoes you could wear.
Yes, seriously. I say that all the time. And actually, shoes are my favorite. And it took me a while. And it wasn't until working with Stephanie and her taking me shoe shopping and trying shoes on me that fit right. Now I love shoes. And when I do heels, I do heels. And it's like, yes. And I get so many compliments. Actually, that's the first thing people notice is my heels, because they're perfectly sitting up on my footrest. And it's not a problem. And it's like, I don't have to worry about, oh, they hurt. I can't feel it.
Ankle swells to 3 times its size within like 15 minutes of wearing heels. It's like, I would rather you model heels than I do.
Exactly. And I think people don't realize that, hey, you can get a model sitting in a chair and they are not worried about how long they have the heels on. It's like, because I can't feel it. I think that is so important. Wait, what did you say?
But I'm still working on it. I was like, but the day will come.
Yes, it will come. We got Jamila using her privilege and her connections to make sure the disability community is getting hired, which is so important. But it really takes others using their access and their privilege to really help push it forward, because sometimes people don't always listen to people like myself sometimes, or someone else who may not have a platform to talk about stuff.
That's what Gillian said. Gillian was like, anyone who wants to be an ally to the community, just speak up every time you go somewhere where you know that a friend of yours wouldn't be able to go had they been there. Like, if you find that a restaurant has stairs and doesn't have a ramp, if there's no railing or no toilet for people with disabilities, just say something. And I think we all have to do more, be better at that, and be aware of, I think sometimes people who are already minorities are so understandably caught up in their own marginalization that they forget about the fact that there are other people, there are intersections of marginalization, but also that there are other people who are also suffering in different ways to you. So we just have to all, I think, rather than participate too hard in the kind of, what is it called, the oppression Olympics, rather than try and compete in the suffering, just
right,
doing this as a group. The reason that we keep being beaten by the right is because they organize and they stick together, whereas we separate off into
right.
tiny groups. So we all need to come together on this.
So true, so true. I was having that conversation with people in terms of Black Lives Matter movement, and I said, you can't talk about Black Lives Matter and not talk about disability, and you can't fight for disability and not support Black Lives Matter. And I'm like, that intersection matters, and that is one of the intersections that's most affected. So like you said, we can't do those oppression Olympics. It's like we have to all stand up. Yes, it is so important. It really is. So we have another question. Someone says, where can we find out more about this movement of fashion inclusivity, and how can we spread the word in fashion industry to expand sizing?
I feel
Do
like
you have any?
I think you can start that one off because you know even more than I do.
I think one of the things is calling out brands that aren't inclusive, like really saying something like, hey, why can't you have this? And a lot of times some friends and people that follow me, one of the things that they'll do is they'll actually tag me and say, oh, I know a beautiful model that's in a wheelchair. You should have hired her. And, start movements and calling out these brands and really saying, it's important for that representation. And yeah, just calling it out. It's so important. And maybe even not supporting that brand and saying, I'm not supporting you. Like what Jamila said, I'm not putting my name or signing off on this until you do XYZ. Use that power of your pocket and your privilege to really, speak up for that and, let them know they're wrong.
100%. I agree. And I think, supporting the designers that do actually make their effort. So as you were saying, Zappos, or, I know that Cur8able also are really growing in their awareness around size inclusivity and adaptive clothing. So they're great. There's a woman called Cici Olisa who everyone should follow. And she's such a leader in especially the plus size movement, but also I hate that term plus size, but currently
I know.
Extreme word. It infuriates me, the idea that you're either like overweight or plus size, you are over what is actually normal. I hate those terms.
I know, I do too. I was like, I don't even want to have to say it.
Huge in the fat liberation movement, and she is really, really brilliant. So that's at CCECEOLISA, and she runs something called Cur8able. So that's great. How do you find are there any other brands you think you want to shout out? I mean, we talked about Tommy Hilfiger having adaptive clothing, but any other brands you want people to check out? Because we have to remember that we control the market doesn't control us. So we decide who becomes powerful and famous, and that all happens via where we send our algorithms, like where we put our attention, where we give our likes and our retweets to.
Yes.
So we build up these companies. Where should everyone be flocking to?
I think honestly, Zappos is where I'm thinking really does a great job. There's a few brands here and there. Target is doing really, really great. I've gotten to work with Target last year. They are starting to really push more inclusion of people with disabilities. I did one of their commercials last holiday. So they're doing great. Definitely Zappos. They curate a huge different diverse group of adaptive fashion, which I think is really, really great. There's still a whole much more brands that really need to catch on and really understand this market and understand us as customers. So we still have a lot of work to do and a lot, we just still have a lot more to do. It's even hard for me, like when I do red carpet events, even to just get a designer to want to work with me. It is so hard. Stephanie has tried to get designers to work for me for red carpet events where I've won awards, and I can't even get a designer to work with me. So it's like, there's so much more work that needs to be done.
And I mean, if people don't even know how low the bar is with the industry, like even when I'm a size 8, no one will dress me.
It's
So
just so infuriating. It's infuriating.
feminist designers who are all about feminism, they'll all talk the talk, but when it comes to me being a size 8, they're just like, sorry, we have nothing for you. And it's like, okay, so I'm 5'11" and a size 8. I'm a thin woman, and you cannot dress me. The fuck are you doing with everyone else?
Exactly.
What is this business model?
Yeah, and it's like most of the market is bigger size. I think the average woman is like a size 12.
I think bigger. I think a size
Yeah,
16, like 14 or
16, something like that. Yes.
But also, the word exclusive shouldn't be good. Why have we as a generation adopted the word exclusive as good? It's
Yeah.
not good. Inclusive is
So
good.
is good.
You are excluding customers. You are
Yes.
excluding money. You are excluding an income and interest and PR.
Yes.
So
And,
we have to change we have to change the love of the word exclusive. It's a
and then wonder why you're failing as a business.
yeah. Every time one of them closes down, I'm like, yes. Every time I see Victoria's Secret lose more money, I'm like, yes. Because
Seriously.
until you make clothes for the world, you don't deserve to exist in it.
You don't. So we have another question. Someone said, what would you say is the most important question brands should be asking themselves on this topic?
Are we catering to everyone? Like, who are we forgetting? Which market are we not tapping?
I agree.
And also, have we forgotten about those communities because we have no one from those communities on the inside of our company?
Yes.
Really look around at your staff. Does your staff reflect everyone? If it's
Mm-hmm.
likely you are not understanding how to serve everyone.
Yep. It's like, do you have people with disabilities? Do you have people of color? Do you have women? Do you have people that meet within those intersections? Like, do you have a Black disabled woman or?
Like, for example, again, I had that argument with the same shoe company. I was like, let's build some clothes. Let's build some shoes that are for trans women who sometimes have bigger feet than cis women.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Or, it's Dwarfism Awareness Month. Why can't you make shoes for little people? Little people have such a hard time finding shoes. And I actually have a smaller foot size too, due to my spina bifida. It is so hard for me to find really cute, small shoes. And I'm like, that is a whole market that is not being tapped into.
And so what size shoe are you?
I am a 4.
You're a 4. I am.
Yes.
I am an 11. So
wow.
My feet are too big for most women's clothing.
Wow.
So
See,
I
and
find it really hard to find shoes as well because most people only go up to like a 9 or a 10.
Yeah. So they always just you need to include everybody.
Like exclusive has to go. It's a stupid fucking word.
I know.
Stop looking at it as how we convinced people. Like it's such a gross like sign of capitalism. How we convince people that exclusive is power. It's not. It's stupidity.
It is. It really, really is. But, us having these conversations and really spreading the word and speaking up, I think is so important. And eventually, I mean, it is changing. So I'm proud to see the shift and change that is going on, but we just have to keep pushing and just do more and do better and keep holding these people accountable.
100%.
So we have another question. How do you feel about the lack of representation of disabled people across the media, be the fashion campaigns or films and TV? Do you want?
but I think it's offensive, and I remember how much it harmed me when I was a little kid as a teenager in a wheelchair. You know, I was like, oh, there's no one like me. And when there was, it was one film, maybe a year or every 3 years, played by a non-disabled actor who won an Academy Award for how hard it was to portray a role that easily could have gone to a disabled person. And it would always be a story of tragedy where they are dying and they fall in love with, like, they're hard to deal with because they're so angry about their disability. And they fall in love and they soften and they become a nice person and then they die. It's always just like the most dramatic story that's only about their disability. I mean, it's just so, I honestly can't imagine how you felt having experienced that feeling of misrepresentation or lack of, or erasure for longer than I ever did. But it made me as a little girl just be like, oh, well, there's no one who looks like me or living like me, that she doesn't have a nice love story or just like a normal job or a boring life, you know, a mundane.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
you know, if you don't ever see yourself, you start thinking you don't exist or you shouldn't exist.
Exactly. And that is what happened for me. I felt like I couldn't enjoy life. I wasn't allowed to do anything. I wasn't allowed to exist. Because I didn't see myself as a disabled Black woman. And it's like I barely saw women of color. And then also adding in disability, and it's like you don't see yourself reflected. I didn't have anything to tell me that I could be stylish and have fun and enjoy life and go on dates and or even be admired by a man or a significant other. And so that it shapes everything about your mentality and how you view yourself and how the world treats you. And it's so important. And I spent a lot of time being depressed. I spent a huge chunk of my teenage years being depressed because of the fact that I didn't see representation of myself. And it almost made me feel like I couldn't enjoy the things that I wanted to enjoy, like fashion and beauty. And I was 6, 7 years old putting on makeup and lip gloss and wanting to put on cute outfits and just not seeing yourself reflected in that. It just sucks. It just really sucks. But then, it's exhausting.
Not being the change that you want to see in the world, you know, you're like, well, fuck it, if I didn't see it, I'm gonna be it. And I think that's really cool, and you're a great role model for young people out there.
Exactly. I think, yeah, you know, have been called a trailblazer. So it's important to, because I don't want the future generation to have to put up with the crap that I put up with, of not feeling comfortable or feeling accepted in different spaces, and not feeling beautiful or accepted. That stuff hurts, and it's
Yes, they do it on purpose. They hide you so that you will hide yourself. They, you know, if you see yourself hidden, then you think, well, maybe I shouldn't. You know, if all disabled people are hidden, then maybe I should hide as well. They do that deliberately because they don't want to look at anyone who is different. They don't even want, even when it comes to Black representation, like they only want to see light-skinned Black women. We don't see
yep.
dark-skinned Black women ever being represented at any size. You know,
No.
like Lupita, you know,
Yep.
who's got
Exactly.
Eurocentric, like beautiful features, and she's very slender, and so she still kind of fits in with the, you know, the kind of Eurocentric mold.
Exactly. And then you think about even how she started out. She started out with playing this role, playing a slave. And it's like, and then you play these stereotypical roles that you have to play just to get to this certain point. And it's like, that's not fair. And, as an actor, I don't want to play those kind of roles. I don't want to play those stereotypical roles of, the person, like you said, with a disability that's down on their luck and feels bad about their disability and no longer wants to be disabled. And it's like, that's not what I want to portray and put out into the world. So we got to do better. And, it takes people like us to really, tell these stories and to be in those positions to really make it happen.
Yeah, we'll do it together.
Nice. So another question came in. It says, in addition to product offerings, what can the entire consumer experience be more inclusive?
I think when it comes to the stores, if we ever go shopping ever again, I think when it comes to the stores, make those stores more accessible. I personally love the online boom of clothing because
Yes.
everyone can at least like get into the stores because click aways. It's much more convenient, and you up, you know, get in line to try stuff on. It can just come straight to your house. So I really, really support that industry. But I think when it comes to making sure that you have you have staff who know how to behave with someone with a visible disability,
Mm-hmm.
not just talking loudly and slowly at them.
Mm-hmm.
That can,
Asking what happened.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so I think it comes to like staff training. I think it would be really lovely for someone with a disability to, you know, enter a store and see someone else with a disability in that store. Start hiring people with disabilities.
Exactly. I agree.
And you can't use the experience. You can't use the excuse anymore of like, yeah, but then you know they have to go to the stockroom. The stockroom's down the stairs. It's like plenty of stores have people who are only allocated to the shop front, and
Mm-hmm.
then you know, and I mean, let's not even get into that, as we've heard with many, you know, many people's dirt came out in the wash, and it's very interesting to hear the people that are chosen to work out of sight downstairs in the stockroom.
Oh my gosh.
And the white, non-disabled people who are chosen for the shop front, and then the black or fatter or whatever people are put.
In the back.
But the point is that for now, because we can't reach complete perfection immediately, because this world is obviously very slow at progress. But if you have people who only work on the shop floor, make sure some of those people have disabilities. Make sure some of
Yes.
them have
Yes, I agree. Have people that are within all those intersections because actually we're more likely to go in there and to shop and things like that. And just from my perspective as a wheelchair user, definitely make sure the store is accessible. Like you said, I want to see myself reflected in the advertisement. If I go into a store and I see advertisements, ooh, bless you. Of if I were to see advertisements of people with disabilities, I am more likely to shop there. Um, I would love, I'm still waiting to see in person a mannequin in a wheelchair. Like I'm still waiting to see that. I've seen it, I think they actually did it in the UK, I think.
yeah.
Um,
And Sophie Morgan, she instigated it.
yeah, so like I have yet to see that here in the States. I would love to see more of that. More people like myself and Jillian Mercado and others in those advertisements, really promoting that brand because those people with disabilities and other marginalized groups, like people of color and things like that, are more likely to shop there. And I think that's so important.
Look, if you're like, oh well, we wouldn't have the space to build a wheelchair like amongst the like tiny shop display. There's someone sitting the fuck down.
Yes.
Like, that's not like you have an imagination. You know what I mean? Like if someone's sitting, you can see how those clothes are going to look on you. But the fact that
Yes.
we sit like standing up, like I can't stand for very long. I need to see what it's going to look like when I'm sitting.
Yes, seriously. So I would say that, and I think that is so important. Um, and I think another thing where you mentioned, I was like, I had another thought, but the online stores. So online stores are accessible and it's really great because it comes to you. But also, if you're going to have an online store, make sure your online store is accessible because there are some websites that aren't following the guidelines for ADA accessibility, web accessibility. So I think that's another thing that people need to think about as well, because people who are deaf and people who are blind need to be able to figure out what they're shopping for and what they need to grab. And somebody who may have dexterity issues needs to be able to navigate your site. So that is very important as well.
100%. Also, I just earlier on saw that I was on a website called Net-a-Porter. I just put them on blast. It reminded me just this second, so I just quickly pressed send on a thing that I made.
Yay!
Ask you what you weigh when you're a woman.
What? Why?
The size.
That's horrible.
Like help me like find my size. They ask you what you fucking weigh, and so they have a men's version called Mr. Porter. So I asked my boyfriend to go onto his website, their website, sorry, And I was like, how do they do your sizing? And it was just like inches and centimeters.
Oh no. See, that's sexist.
What size is your, like, how many inches is your breasts, is your waist, is your hips? That's fine. How much do you weigh?
Right?
Lost their minds.
It's like, what does that have to do with
This website,
anything that you wear?
I mean, honestly, like, people carry their weight differently. Some people have loads of muscles. Muscles weigh 3 times more than fat. Some people might have very, very skinny legs with a wide waist, or the other way around.
Exactly, exactly.
In 2020, one of the biggest websites in the world are asking women only, what they weigh when a woman is trying to find a size. Also, don't make a woman think about that. Don't make a woman have to go and weigh herself. It's not a
Seriously,
judgment of your size.
we have to do better. We have to do better. I don't understand what my weight has to do with my size, especially as a person with a disability. My size is kind of different. So it's like the way my body is proportioned is different. So I may weigh one size, and that has nothing to do with how the clothes are going to fit me.
Insane. It's
That
so
is just
insane. Well, anyway, shots have just been fired. I literally, as you said it, I was like, fuck, I need to post that thing. So
well, that's why you have I Weigh, so that you can advocate and talk about like how this stuff is ridiculous. It really, really is. So we have another question. It says, do you think brands becoming more inclusive with the goal to increase their profit is still moving in a positive direction for individuals who are currently excluded? Do intentions matter?
I didn't hear that. Sorry, say that again.
So basically they're saying, do you think the push for more inclusivity, should their only goal, company's only goal, be for the profit margin, or should their being more inclusive be more intentional?
Of course, it should be more intentional, but they're like greedy fucks. Like, how many billionaires have you ever heard of who have any kind of empathy or soul? Like, it it's very idealistic to hope that people will do something because it's right. It's like open your eyes. It's 2020. This is not like not enough has changed. So while of course the intention should be good, you are asking for humanity from people who exist like on a kind of DNA only of capitalism, and capitalism doesn't care about people. Capitalism cares about profit, regardless of
Yep.
what it is. So I think that this kind of like new culture, which I understand, of like, yeah, they're doing good, but why are they doing it? Like, I receive this shit all the time. They're just like, oh, right, so a non-disabled, slim, like quote unquote pretty actress is doing all this stuff for different people, people with disabilities or fat people or trans people, but why? It's like, you know what? It doesn't fucking matter why.
Yeah.
Why, as long as I'm doing it. I'm doing it because I genuinely care, but I'm okay if you think I don't.
Exactly. Exactly. I totally agree.
Asshole. Like, let's not set the bar so high that we refuse help from people because we aren't sure if we approve of their intentions. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, what? How far along this like road do we think we are that we can say no to help? It doesn't matter. I don't care if a man wants to help because he wants to look like a feminist. I'll take his help. I will take his platform. I will take his money. I will take his privilege that he has
Yes.
extended to me, regardless
Yes.
of how he's doing it. I don't care if he's the devil itself. If he's helping other people, I will take that help because we're not far enough down this road to be able to say, "Oh, no, thank you. I just don't really feel like you're genuine."
I know, I agree. I feel like we're not there yet. So it's like, yeah, like you said, take their money, take what you got to do. As long as it gets my agenda of the inclusive world across, then we're good. Less work.
So once they actually open their door to people with disabilities and start to hire people with disabilities and make stuff for people with disabilities and start to meet customers who are like, thank you so much. Oh my God, it's changed my life being able to have something nice to go out on dates with. You know, they might develop the empathy after they've created the inclusion. So let's understand that people are only a product of their environment. If they've never come across someone who is different to them, then they may not care. It's hard to care always for something that you have not yet experienced. For example, as I said, sadly, I think a large portion of why, even though I am a non-disabled person, the reason I have so much empathy and interest in this subject is because I experienced it myself. It's not until we often experience it that we can fully care. So maybe
Yes.
let's do it for the wrong reasons, and then they will meet people with disabilities or from fat communities or trans communities and start to humanize them, care for them, and then the heart can kick in. But let's go brain,
Yes,
then heart.
I agree. And they should think about it now, because the disability community is the only community that you can join at any point in your life. You're gonna end up disabled at some point, whether it's from illness, old age, or an accident. So it's like, why not think about it now? Get it out the way.
Often experience disability and no one even talks about that. Like they aren't able to go certain places, to climb stairs, like to leave the house. Often they end up completely bedbound because the world is so inaccessible. It's insane.
Yep, exactly. I agree. So, what are some words of advice for that you would give to fashion marketing or fashion design university students?
Be more talented. Be more talented. Think of the long road. Remember that, as you said, and as Jillian Mercado said, you can develop a disability at any time. So can anyone that you love. Stop thinking that exclusive is good. It is bad. It is stupid. It is uninformed. It is. It's a sign of devolution and not evolution. And so,
Mm,
say, do better, be better, and remember that you are trying to dress everyone. And imagine that everyone you don't make clothing for would then have to be naked.
yep, I agree.
You want to just like act willingly leave to be naked in the cold.
Yeah. And I would say talk to people with disabilities, talk to different people with different disabilities, with different body types, because everyone is different. But like Jillian said, do the best you can to, be better and to include everyone. I think that that is key. So, as a person with an invisible disability, how did you build your confidence?
Uh, I built my confidence because I think that I'm like way more of a hero than someone who doesn't have a disability. I think I'm so much cooler and better than them because it's harder for me to get out of bed every day. And I think it's harder for, I think all people with disabilities should look at themselves as like living legends. Just every day that you get up and carry on, you're a legend. Like you're better than people who don't have disabilities. You just are. You're better. You're stronger emotionally. You are cooler. You probably have better stories. You probably have a deeper sense of self and perspective. You probably are more grateful for what you can do, other than these like complacent, vacuous dickheads that often roam this world, not understanding how lucky they are to not be in pain or to be able to go wherever they want, whenever they want. So that's what I would say, is that like I'm better than people who don't have a invisible disability, and you are better than me.
I love that. That's funny because I always told my mom she gave birth to a legend.
Yeah, though, like the more disability you have, the bigger a legend you are.
I love that. I love that. I think that that is really important because it is. I was like, right now, the apartment I live in is not fully wheelchair accessible for me. So it's like I have to problem solve every day I wake up. And so it's a lot. And I think, as far as confidence, I think it is so important to just honor yourself. I spend too much time being depressed and not liking who I am. Who has time for that? So love yourself, love the skin that you're in, because life is too short, and forget how other people feel about you. The only thing that matters is how you feel about yourself.
And feel like a legend. You're a legend. You're a legend. It's like I'm not patronizing anyone. I've been there. I was a better and like just I was more of a legend when I was unable to walk than I am now, because life was that bit harder and I was able to continue to carry on and not, I'm obviously sometimes I would complain. Everyone's supposed to complain, but the fact that I carried on through that moment, it's like that's it. My self-respect is impossible to shake because of what I've been through. And I hope yours is, and I hope anyone
Yes.
has the same. It's like you should be so proud of yourself.
Yes, I really, really am. And I think people that, especially dealing with Hollywood entertainment and the fashion industry, I feel if you show up in the world the way someone like myself does and is tackling that industry, you are like unbreakable. So anybody that dares to do it, you will just build this solid sense of self that no one can shake, because you've heard every obscenity, you've heard every rejection, you've heard it all. So it's like, you just, as long as you have that determination and keep fighting, it's like, don't let it break you. Don't let it break you. Well, thank you so much, Jillian, for being here with me. And I really enjoyed this conversation. It was so, I called you Jillian. Thank you, Jamila. I was like, that's so funny thinking about Jillian because we were talking about that. But no, thank you, Jamila, for having this awesome conversation. I'm glad we got to talk about fashion inclusivity and activism and just all of these awesome conversations and different topics. So thank you so much for joining me. It was very, very enlightening. Thank you so much for all the activism work that you do and everything that you do to use your platform and your privilege to bring more light to the experiences of people from other marginalized groups like disability and LGBTQ. Thank you. This was Curateable Conversations. Thank you for joining us. Next, we will have Tamara Mena. She will be coming in with her guest, and this was Curateable Conversations. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tamara Mena. Welcome to Curateable Conversations. I'm so excited that we're having these conversations because our topic is the power of style. Yes, we're talking about fashion and style, which normally we don't talk about when we talk about disability. It's always so focused on our stories and like medically, but we want to talk about the power of style. And I'm so excited about my guest because she is an amazing travel, lifestyle influencer, entrepreneur, disability advocate. Her name is Marcela Marañón, and she's my friend and a proud Latina, and I'm so proud of her journey. So I'm very excited to welcome her, and I can't wait to talk about all of this fun stuff. So welcome, Marcela.
Thank you, Tamara, for having me in this event. And I am so excited to do it with you.
I'm so excited. Thank you for participating. And this is something that I'm not used to, so forgive me. For the audio description, I want to describe myself. I am in my living room. I have a gray couch behind me. My hair is black. My ethnicity is I'm Hispanic, Mexican, and you can't see my wheelchair, but I'm in a wheelchair and I'm sitting down, and you only see I have a light blue dress, and I think that's it.
Okay, so I am also in a wheelchair and I'm wearing a green sweater. I am Hispanic. I'm from Peru. So if you hear an accent, it's because I am from Peru. I'm Peruvian. And, I am in my living room, and behind me is my living room wall. And I have one decoration, is a map where I can just, that I always, use when I want to go travel somewhere.
Which is amazing. She has gone to so many places, guys. Unfortunately, because of COVID, it's kind of taken a different route, which is also a very exciting route. So the first question I want to start out with is, what does the power of style mean to you?
I don't know, the power, I think that the power of style means a lot about confidence. It looks about empowerment, not only for yourself, but I think that, I don't know, it's about feeling good, looking good. It's about confidence, about being happy with yourself, I feel like that's how I see it.
I agree. Some people consider it as superficial to, focus on clothes, but everybody needs clothes. That's part of the point of this conversation, that people with disabilities are often not thought of in creating fashion for us, but also as consumers. And something that I think is so exciting that you've done, for example, one of the many things, but that you are the first influencer who's working with Amazon Fashion. And I think that's so cool. How has that journey been like for you?
Okay, so it's been exciting because the Amazon people has been giving me opportunities, like since I sign up with them. They haven't discriminated, you know what I mean, in some level. I'm just new doing this fashion influencer thing because, I was also always traveling and being, going to different places. And because of COVID, I have to stay home and find something else to do. And that's when the fashion influencer, I start doing that. And then all of a sudden, a month later, I have a contract with Amazon. And I think that they're trying really to give me my place. I'm always in constant communication with them. We know that most of the clothes that they sell is not adaptive for people with disabilities, but there are a lot of things that fit me well, because they work with so many designers, and so they have lots of variety, you know what I mean, like lots of different clothing, and so for me has been easy to find really cool pieces there. So, and this is what I love Amazon, I guess. So I'm very happy that I have this opportunity, and I hope that to bring more exposure into, to bring more exposure, from for the disabled community, because I know that if they see one influencer that is disabled, they're probably gonna need more later. So I want to make this something common, that is not like, oh, we don't have this here. Like, you probably know that there are brands out there that are not comfortable showcasing or showing that they have disabled influencers, or they have these beautiful disabled models that wear their clothes so nice, but they refuse to put them in their Instagram account and give them some shout out or embrace them as beautiful women. And I am totally against that. So, but I think that Amazon is giving me that. And you have seen it. I'm on their, Amazon page. I was on their Amazon, on the Instagram page. I am on their, Amazon page, on the Amazon line page. So I am there. So they're giving me that space.
Which I was so excited, and I was very proud, and I shared that post because I think it's great that they're doing that, because I guarantee you there's so many of us that like have bought stuff at some point from Amazon, but to have somebody actually working with them in that space and representing us, I think it's super important. And I do agree with you. We were actually talking about this, guys. This is true. This does happen, where there are some brands who are not, they still have this very superficial idea of the types of influencers that they want to work with. And unfortunately, they do not embrace people with disabilities or women and, promote them on their page. And that's a shame, but we're hoping that having these conversations helps. I wanted to ask you, because it's also really interesting for people who don't know you. So Marcela, she sustained a spinal cord injury, but she also has above the knee amputation, correct?
Yes.
And how has that process been like for you? Because I can imagine I've had, for my level of injury and my challenges, I've had a fair amount of challenges, which I can share in a little bit, but I'm really curious what you've struggled the most, because obviously, even if you have your amputation, you've always loved fashion. I've always seen that. So you want to make your whole body part of, your style. So I'm assuming that brought more challenges. So how was it for you?
It's very hard to be paralyzed and being an amputee. I am someone who likes to wear my cosmetic. It's a cosmetic prosthetic leg. And sometimes I wear it and sometimes I don't. I don't wear it when I wear dresses, but I like to wear it a lot when I wear pants, especially when I wear my heels and boots, because I love wearing those. I love heels. Before my accident, I had like 50 pair of shoes, 50. And after my accident, when I came back home and opened up my closet and I saw all those sandals that I couldn't use because I had an amputation and I am in a wheelchair now. It was very sad for me. So
yes,
with that time, I learned to accept and love myself. And sometimes I wear my legs, sometimes not. People say, but why do you wear your prosthetic legs? And I'm like, because sometimes I want to wear my two boots, my two pairs of sandals, my two pairs of that. And what is the problem? You know what I mean? So there's a little bit of like people questioning about it, but it's not about really them. It's about how I feel. And it's a little bit hard, especially finding the right shoes for me to fit on my prosthetic, right? So when I did this collaboration with Zappos, I think it was great that my prosthetic was able, especially that's a prosthetic that I walk with my Reebok. So that was a shoe that I was able to fit on, that foot on the prosthetic was able to fit on that boot. So, which I really like, because not many of the boots that I have, they only come with one zipper and they don't fit, or they're too, or they're too small, like on the part right there. So I really like that.
Boots are hard because I'm sure many other girls are going to identify with us. I don't have, I can't wiggle my toes.
Yes.
But I want to wear like sexy
Exactly.
clothes. And then it's hard because I've actually put my foot in and I've had my toe be like this.
And it's really bad because it can cut the circulation because of the pressure on that.
Well, I get dysreflexia, autonomic dysreflexia. Those of you who don't know, it's like your own nervous system. Like, even though I don't have full sensation, my body knows when something is uncomfortable, and therefore only from T6 and above are more likely to get dysreflexia, which Marcela and I were talking about this. She fortunately doesn't struggle with this, but basically it's your blood pressure goes up, so it can be actually, it can be dangerous. So therefore you cannot let whatever it is bothering your body, you can't just ignore it. So I've had times where it was my toe and I don't know what's making me dysreflexic. I'm like a baby. Is it this? Is it that? Why is the baby crying? It like makes me feel like that, until like, oh, I take out my boot and then the toe looks all messed up. So it's,
you know what? Yeah.
It's a lot. Like, it's not just about stuff fitting, or we struggle with dressing, getting it, but we do have other challenges medically that can affect us. Like, for example, do zippers on the back, like, are you a fan of that or no? Do they bother you?
Before I answer that, you will never know that just wearing a sexy shoe can do that to your body, right? Especially with the spinal cord injury, like it's fatal to me, because this, the autonomic dysreflection can really kill you if it's out of control. So yeah, I do not wear zippers. On my backs. I usually try to wear it on the side, wear clothing that has zippers on the sides.
But do you feel like you struggle with that? Like, do you feel like you struggle with?
Of course I do, because I mean, some zippers start all the way from, the bottom.
Yes.
And I just like, it's hard for me. So I was like, oh, please help me. I cannot reach. So it's very hard. So I work with a fashion designer in New York. You know her probably. You have seen my photos. Isaura, New York, Isaura. And I think that she designed really cool dresses, very cool. The zippers were on the side with big, how do you call this zipper? The big zipper, the hooks, like the circle that you put your finger. That one. Okay, so that one, and I really like her whole design, and it didn't look a dress that it was made for someone disabled. It was a dress that it was made for everyone to use, and that's what I like. That's where I go from. I like to dress sexy. I like to stay trendy. I like to, use clothes that everybody is using right now for the fall, for the winter. And the problem that I have with adaptive clothing is that most of them are like out of style. They don't, for some reason, I don't find them like trendy. They have too much adaptation that it looks like it was made for someone. You know what I mean? So there are some good designers out there that are making adaptive, clothing that I really like.
Designers, for people who don't know, it's Gabriela, right? Or what was?
Yeah, Gabriela Wells is one, and then Palta from Israel is another one. They have really good styles that I really like too. those are the two that I have. Well, I also did some survey for Tommy, and yeah, they have cool things, but sometimes I don't feel the Velcro thing. The Velcro thing is not my thing, not for me. Maybe for someone else, yes, but not for me. So
I understand, because of your level of injury, it's
yeah,
not something you need.
exactly.
So yeah, I understand. But at least I think what you're saying is important, that that we would like to be, that there are more universal designs, that there are more
Yeah,
designs that
yeah,
create a line for any designers who are watching us, that are that you are thinking of us as fashion consumers, and that you're thinking of the seated body type,
yes,
not just somebody who's standing up. Because kind of having, I understand your point, like this is just for people with disabilities. That also, a lot of times, I'm not a fashion designer, but I can only imagine it has to be very hard, because it's a very small niche, and then it's very hard, like probably the cost goes up from the
yeah,
with the adaptive fashion. But it's also hard because this community is also struggles financially.
yeah.
There's not a lot of opportunities for us. There's always a struggle. I mean, you
The
know,
pricing is so high for just one. I mean, I don't know. I think last year or 2 years ago, there was a brand, and they were like, I think in Facebook all over, and one of their pins were like so high, like price wise, and I'm like, I just don't know. I mean, um, why you have to make something, that is that you have done especially for people with disabilities, but it's too pricey. I mean, I know the hard work, I know the cost, I know all of that, but you know what I mean? It's
but
also,
that is a challenge. Yeah, I do
yeah,
agree with that. Like there's a lot of brands that may have good designs, but the price is on the high side for this community. And this month, for those of you who don't know, is Disability Employment Awareness Month, which is kind of an important topic, because you've worked with different brands, and I think it's so cool. I think it's important for any brands to create inclusion and diversity,
exactly.
and to consider us as talent, not just as the inspiration, and that's it. What do you think
Exactly.
about
Yeah.
that?
So like I had a brand that is very popular right now, and they're doing a campaign, and they say, I told you about it yesterday. They were like, okay, well, what it means, the outdoors means to you. And they probably have seen all my photos on displays and all of that, right? And I say, look, I climb Mount Kilimanjaro. You probably see me in a wheelchair, but I climbed Mount Kilimanjaro in February. So I am the first Latin woman who has climbed the summit.
Yeah,
And yeah, and I have slept in the mountain for 7 days, and I have been there. So I'm also very outdoorsy,
yes,
and I need warm clothes. I need to also look, have like really nice, fashionable, outdoorsy clothes. And I think that I can just go ahead and tell my story because, you're not only hikers are gonna use your clothes. You know what I mean? Not only people who
yes.
can move their legs can use your clothes. I mean, I can also too. So I'm waiting for the response, but I think that it's about education too. You have to educate these brands to 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 tell them that there is nothing wrong with being disabled and that you also can do things with your disability, because most of these brands don't think that you can do many things with the disabilities, when they're looking for that right influencer. I don't want to be doing all adaptive brands all the time. I want to expand myself. I want to go ahead and bring awareness. I want to work with everyone, not only with adaptive brands.
Right.
So that's my goal right now, and things are coming in, and we see many influencers too. Right now in social media, in Instagram, we have friends that we talk to and they're doing great. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about.
Like cool.
Yeah, so we have lots of, we have influencers. I think we have like 2 or 3 right now that they're working with brands like every week, but their
Yeah,
following is
awesome.
yeah, so it's higher than mine. And I feel happy that they are included, because out there are not many disabled influencers that are being successful and are getting brand deals. There are
Yeah.
not many, and you see there's so many girls out there in wheelchairs that are trying really hard.
Yes.
They don't have the same opportunity. I am one of the influencers that are registered with Like to Know It. Like to Know It is a site that does not show people with disabilities. And there are like 2 or 3 people in wheelchairs, women in wheelchairs, that do that Like to Know It stuff. And Ali is one of my good friends, and she started and she has good following, and she has never been showcased on the IG page or on the newsletter email that we get every day, because they send out emails every day about different influencers. They never highlight us. And so I am new with them. I started in July, and headquarters is here in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
So I am planning, when COVID goes a little bit down, to go and visit them and talk to them about, the importance of having showcasing disabled influencers, because we also work with them. And when I sell something in their page, they're making money from those sales. And so why not highlighting me? You know what I mean? So, and I was talking to Ali the other day and say, they never highlighted me. They never, every time I email them, I message them in Instagram, or I send them messages, they never reply back. And this is this is what it bothers me about brands. Like, some of them don't want to work with you. Some others want to work with you, but they don't want to show you in their page. And so why are you doing this? So you want me to give you exposed with my followers, but you don't want to give me exposed with your followers, your exposure with your followers. And I'm like, why? Tamara? She got frozen. But anyways, so Tamara. So anyways, guys, so this is my, are you there?
Can you hear me? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. It froze for a little bit. I was like, oh no, but I am so glad that you're sharing that, and I love your boldness, because this is important stuff that we should talk about, especially considering Disability Employment Awareness Month. That you are correct. There's a lot of us on social media who are promoting brands, who are creating good content, who have a good following, who have good engagement. And it's not, I do agree with you. I have seen several brands who are not, it's just very ableist. Yeah, their pages highlight all these other types of influencers, but there's not enough disability representation on their pages and things like that. Exactly. And that's part of the question, like why can't we be there?
Exactly. So I have a lot of brands that want to send me free stuff, gifts, and I say, look, I charge for this. You know what I mean? But I will take these if you show me in your page. You know what I mean? If you give me exposure too. Some do, some put me on the stories, not. And I ask them on the emails, I say, I'm willing to work with you, but you need to put me in your page too. Because, I mean, we are doing a deal here, you know what I mean? Because it's not about getting your followers. I can find my own followers. It's about partnership. If you really want me to be partner with me, if you want me to be an ambassador or whatever, you have to highlight me. You know,
Exactly.
it's not about you being the good guy because you have a disabled woman showing your clothes.
They're
It's
not
about you also collaborating with me, with this disabled woman that is giving you exposure and is also, saying, hey, look how great this brand is. You know what I mean? I don't know. They don't have nothing to lose. They don't have nothing to lose.
I love that you're sharing that, but because there could be a lot of people, especially right now with COVID, a lot of us are focusing more on social media, and I think this is important for all of us, especially for our community. Don't be afraid. You have to always advocate for yourself. You have to stand up for yourself. Only you know your worth, your value, and if you don't give yourself your own worth, other people are not going to give it. And we've talked about that, because any brand, many brands are going to want to work with you and send you stuff for free until you're like, no, this is my fee. This is what I deserve to get paid, or whatever. I have a story that is kind of interesting that I want to share with people because it was kind of eye-opening for me. I was booked as an actress for a commercial, and they wanted a wheelchair user, which was great. And it was two different commercials. The first experience, the camper, the makeup room was not accessible for me. So, and it was a big brand, by the way, so they had to do my makeup somewhere else, not where everybody was in their trailer, and that just didn't sit well with me because I was supposed to be like a lead actress. And then the other company, the other commercial, they did have like an adaptive trailer for me. And I remember being so excited. And then it was, no, like this is like, if you are booking someone as a lead actress, they're in a wheelchair. Even if the role wasn't for a wheelchair, but they're in a wheelchair, this is the type of stuff that you should be accessible for anyone. It's not doing me a favor. It's not like, oh my God, you're so nice because you did this for me. No, it's like what you should do. So part of, like same thing, it kind of goes with valuing ourselves. And just like I was just saying, she said, you can't dress people that you don't see. Like if you don't see it, like how are you gonna think about designing for us?
And you don't have to say thank you for getting a place that is wheelchair accessible for you. It is, it should be there for you. You know what I mean? And I think that, it's not like we are entitled. It's about being conscious about, disabled, disabled people, because especially in this industry, fashion or fashion, or if you want to do like work with actors or actresses that are disabled, I mean, what you need to, what you need to do.
I think a lot of people don't know what they need to do, and that's part of the problem. Like they don't in some sense I understand people, because before I was paralyzed I didn't know anything, and I didn't think about what somebody in a situation like ours went through. So I think a lot of people are just so naive, but it's also, that's what I'm saying, we have to advocate. If you see something that they did wrong, you have to bring it up to them, because you don't want them to continue doing that for the next person and kind of undervaluing. I've been invited as a speaker to events and they didn't have a ramp. It's like, they know I'm in a wheelchair. It's situations like that that are really infuriating for me, because it's not, we have rights. It's not just, oh, okay, applause, you hired me and you're bringing inclusion. No, it's, I mean, there's a why the ADA law passed. So I'm so glad that you're speaking up about all these things. And let me check
I always speak up. I don't necessarily need to share it much in Instagram. But wherever I go, whatever situation I face, bad situation I face, I always speak up. I grab the manager, the general manager, whoever is out there, and I always say my opinion and whatever, because maybe I am the first that they're dealing with, and they didn't know. So I think that it's good to advocate and also bring awareness of people in wheelchairs, because I don't want the next person in wheelchair that comes to visit this place go through the same things that I'm going through. So it's about paving the way for others too.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I was trying to look at the questions. One of the questions that we want to ask you: what season is it easier for you to be more fashionable? I guess which season is?
Fall and winter.
Yeah.
But actually, I like this summer a lot. I was wearing a lot of maxi dresses. I guess it's because I didn't have much to do. I was at home all day and I could just play like, being a doll or whatever. But because when I travel, actually, last year I traveled pretty much the whole summer, and I was wearing dresses, or almost the same dress, because I am not gonna take my whole closet with me, and when I travel, I just don't care what I wear. I just want to be safe. I just want to have fun, and I just want to enjoy my time traveling the world. But when I don't travel, is in fall and winter and spring, and those are the seasons where I just want to dress nice.
I think fall is a lot of fun when you fall, because you can start incorporating hats, boots, jackets, and it can make a look like more fashionable. Like recently, I've been doing bunch of stuff with bikinis, only because I'm doing this swim search competition. But yesterday I did a look with boots and a hat, and it was like, oh my God, this is fun. Now that the weather is kind of changing, this has been very warm here in LA, but now that it's
yeah, play with different styles. And this is what I recommend every single girl that are in a wheelchair right now and don't find the right clothes. Is always play, always try different. If you see that there is something that you need as far as adaptive clothing, try to buy different brands and see which one fits you better. And that what happened with me after my accident. I had to wear these pants. I don't know, that was my accident was in 2002. So I didn't know much about fashion at that time. And so my jeans were awful. They were big, my leg looked so skinny. I lost so much weight. I didn't know nothing. I mean, I felt awful. I felt awful. I was also in a wheelchair, and plus the wheelchair on top. And I was like, oh, this is not good. But with the years, I start, looking for different brands and start buying, starting to go to different
years did it take
stores.
to start feeling like, because I understand you, it's a process. How many years would you say it took you before you started to feel more comfortable in your own body and feeling more confident?
Oh my God, Tamara, don't ask me that, because after maybe a year after my accident, I started going out a lot with my friends, and I was always looking for nice clothes, but I still hated the pants. I was always wearing a slack pants, always. And like the work pants, always.
Like
And
business
then, thanks God for skinny jeans. Thanks God. Skinny jeans changed my life. So I try to just be very careful with those. We don't want the hard buttons on the back because of our bottom. So there are brands that make really good skinny jeans that are not too tight for our circulation, that don't do much damage. And I have my favorite brands. Like for me, Express is good.
I was gonna ask you what
Yeah, yeah. My jeans are Express, are H&M. Those are my two brands right now on jeans. And then I go to Nordstrom and try to find different. But I always, when I go and look for jeans, I make sure that the pockets, you know, the edge of the pockets are not too big.
Me too. I look for that. I love the ones that have like cute stones and things like that, but I stay away from
yes, yes,
because for people who don't know this, that since we're sitting down all the time, that can really affect us. I want to show you my dress that I'm wearing today, only because I almost didn't wear it because I wasn't happy, but I decided, I said I'm gonna wear it.
Cute.
See if I can show. I don't know if you guys can see, but here is always like this extra material. I don't know if you struggle with that, but like this fits me okay. And then I have this weird bulge over here of extra material because
that's a faux that's a faux leather, right?
Yeah, but it's also because we're sitting down and this dress was not made to be worn sitting down. So I really there's certain materials that you can work with it that you don't see anything, that you can maybe tuck it, but there's others that you just don't, and it's hard because you want to wear something that is fashionable, that you like.
Yes, I love that dress, by the way. It's really cute. It looks great on you. The color is beautiful.
Oh,
but I haven't even seen the details, though. I don't see this wrinkle thing that you're talking about, the extra. But I know what you're talking about because I have a leather skirt that I think I posted it in Instagram, and I know what you're talking about. You see, do you have all these piece of, you know, fabric always? And I'm like, ugh, you know what I mean? But what we can do, I mean, I think that brands need to work with partners.
That it's really important that I want to just kind of echo again that you said it's about like playing and trying stuff out. And you know, I was thinking about that this morning, that my mom, she's petite, she's very short and small, and she often has to get her stuff like altered. And I'm thinking about that, you know, like this is not a struggle that I only have, that only people with disabilities. Obviously, we have more challenges, but like everyone, you know, not everything is gonna fit you perfectly. There's some brands that fit better, but you just have to kind of be patient, like you said, play with it, try brands and see if it fits you. For coats, do you struggle with coats or jackets, being that we're in a chair?
I already found my brand. You know, I already found my brand. And this brand actually make really nice, you know, jackets. So I always try to use them a lot. Huh?
What is the brand?
It's Blank New York.
Like New York?
It's Blank New York. Let me see. I just bought like a jacket from them, and it's not very expensive, but you find it in Nordstrom. I just got it.
H&M for anyone who's listening.
It's a Blank New York. Blank New York City.
Yeah, I think H&M too.
Because it fits you very well here, and also they're short, so they're not, your wheels are not there, you know, hitting the jacket. I love those jackets. And I just found that brand this year, actually. This year I found it, and I bought so many jackets with that brand. I just love it. Another one with big coats. I mean, with Amazon, I always order, and I'm just like trying and see which one works with not. But it's very hard. I wish I can wear these long coats, you know, and look cute, and wear them with leggings. So the good thing about Amazon is that they have a lot of different designs, you know, different, their clothes is for different type of bodies. And so some of their clothes work.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What are some of your favorite brands from Amazon? Is there some?
I don't have any. I just go and choose. I choose and choose and choose. They come to the house and no, I pick, I buy whatever fit me right. I keep them, and then the rest I ship it back. That's
Yes.
the thing about Amazon is just that I can buy and return all the time, you know, and that's what I like. So, but I don't know. One month, this cool brand can have, you know, this cool boutique can have really nice, you know, shirts, pants, jackets that fit me well, and then the next month they're gone, and this is another boutique that they have. You know, it's always looking. You always have to look. For us, we have to do double the work.
Is there something you would want designers to know or to work on from your perspective?
Yeah, I would love them to work long jackets because I love them. That's the only thing that I cannot wear because I'm sitting, and those are not made for sitting. They're not.
Yeah. Yes.
So
most of
especially those girly coats, you know, like the blazer girly things. Oh, they're so beautiful that, you know, everyone use during the winter, but I cannot. So yeah, I'm gonna keep looking until I find my brand. It's double the work, and I am not gonna spend another $30 on tailoring it because tailors are so expensive unless you shop in Nordstrom and they do it for free. So
do they do it for free?
Yeah, they do it for free.
Wow.
They do all the tailoring there for free.
Well, that's worth it. I mean, you may have to pay a little more, but it's worth it because tailoring can be just as expensive. Like
Nordstrom is not that expensive. If you go to the clearance,
they have good
really cool stylish stuff for really cheap. And if you go to Nordstrom Rack, it's cheap.
Nordstrom Rack, I was gonna say
also cheap, and you're gonna find maybe a jacket that is $100 or $80 in Nordstrom. You can find it for $49 or $39 in Nordstrom Rack. So, and it you know, it's almost the same jacket. So this blank New York City jacket that I just got, you know, they were like $125, but I bought it for $49.99, which is great. And you can find the same price in Nordstrom Rack for that. So it's all about, you know, looking for the right clothes for you, you know, if you are in a wheelchair. So I just wanna, Tamara. Tamara. So I just want to say something. I don't know how long is this whole conversation, but I just want to say something to everyone who's watching today, watching Tamara and I, is that just because you are in a wheelchair doesn't mean that you cannot look fashionable and you cannot look beautiful and you cannot feel comfortable with, you know, with yourself. Okay, so I know that it's hard. Believe me, it's hard. I have been in a wheelchair for 18 years. But there are ways for you to find the right clothes that can fit you. And it may take a little bit of work, but once you find your brand and once you find the pieces that work for your body, it's gonna be easier. So personal style, you know, means confidence. Be confident about yourself, because if you are confident with yourself, the vibe that you show, or the light that you know you have, you know, inside, like if you feel confident, comfortable and happy, you know, with yourself, you're really showing people or giving people good vibes, I feel. And it's not superficial at all. Everyone, every single human being here in this world wanna feel nice, wanna dress nice, you know what I mean? Like especially girls, we like clothes, we like makeup, we like, you know, different things. And just because you are in a wheelchair doesn't mean that you cannot experience that. You can't.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask another question. What advice would you give for influencers or people who perhaps want to get more into that space as an influencer, and how to get noticed? That was one of the questions.
Okay, so sometimes you have to take the inspirational route. I don't like that so much. I don't want to be the inspirational influencer, but sometimes you have to go that route a little bit.
You are an inspiration.
Yes.
You are an inspiration because you inspire me. I mean it. So.
But yeah, but sometimes you have to go that route to get the attention, but do not get stuck into that route for that route for too long. Okay. I think it has to do a lot about showing confidence, showing that you're secure with yourself, showing that you're beautiful in your chair or whatever your disability you have. And when you get approached with brands, is tell them how it is, because probably they have never worked with someone in a wheelchair, someone who is an amputee in their lives, and it's all about, hey, I can also bring value to your brand. And I always tell everyone I work with, do you know that your brand, disability doesn't take anything away from your brand. Actually, it brings more value, because you're making your brand to be more inclusive. I said, I am a customer of your brand. I spend my money on that. So, and I have been, designers from Nordstrom has reached out to me, hey, we're doing this campaign, and sometimes they want to take advantage, and I have to just go ahead and speak up and tell them, hey, this is how it's supposed to be, And you told me yesterday about Fashion Nova, and let's talk about brands, because it's calling, brands out, because this is a huge problem that influencers with disabilities have out there. We need to be more outspoken. You're not doing me a favor for hiring me and sending me 3 pieces of clothes to promote in Instagram. I can go to the mall and buy those 3 pieces of clothes.
Yeah, from
I can go and buy them. I can, So you cannot, you're not doing me a favor. I am doing you the favor. And that's my attitude. Always has been my attitude. I am doing you a favor, because, showing someone that is disabled, wearing your brand brings good reputation into your brand.
It does.
In a good sense, not saying because you're being the good guys. It means like you are being open to work with, women who has disabilities, and also inclusivity and diversity, which is good. Diversity, inclusivity is good to have for every single brand out there.
And you know what? And not just with brands, in every area of life. And I say this, we need more inclusion and more opportunities for people with disabilities in all areas of life, and in so many jobs, like not just in the media, because I speak about media representation or social media brands, but it's further than that. It's giving up people with disabilities that interview and seeing past the wheelchair and seeing them not as a liability, but as value.
Exactly.
For company, for their perspective. Like at one point, I was hired for an office job, and my perspective was really interesting, and I helped them a lot. It wasn't just, they were not just doing me a favor.
Yeah. And when I approach these people, these brands, I do not approach myself as someone disabled. I approach myself as someone who is just a customer that loves their products. You know what I mean? I think that's very important, how you approach to them. And so it has worked well. Some are, some you're going to have some no's, or most of that is going to be no, but you're going to have some yes. And I was, watching a video of Jennifer Lopez when, look, we're talking about a beautiful woman. She has she's very successful. And she said, maybe you have watched this video when she said, I have been in 100 castings. And maybe, 90% of those castings has said no to me. We're talking about Jennifer Lopez, right? So a beautiful woman, Hispanic, and all of that. So I think that the challenge is there for everyone. Absolutely. Not only for disabled women, but I think that I think that if the challenges are like that for people like her, just imagine for disabled women. So that's what I want to say. You know what I mean?
No, and I think when I was going to more castings in person, right now everything has been virtual. One of the advice I got was to go to the casting, do your best, or whatever it is that you're presenting yourself, and then forget about it, because you don't know what they're looking for. Just because they don't select you doesn't mean you're not beautiful or you're not worthy. They may just be looking. I remember one time it was like a Yahoo commercial. They wanted someone older than me. Like I just didn't fit the age or what they wanted, like the look. That doesn't mean what you did is not good, and I think that's important, because it can be easy to feel rejected, to feel down, feel like maybe they didn't like
because of our disability or it's because of us, but it's like you said, different companies, different brands are looking for certain type of people. And
absolutely. Any other I guess to wrap up, I think you're doing amazing, and I'm so proud of your journey and everything you continue to do. What advice would you give to someone who right now is in a dark place, or maybe somebody who was recently injured?
Well, Tamara, how it is. You have lived in it, especially, we both lost our boyfriends to, in the accident, and and then the spinal cord injury, and then it's a very hard time, and I know that, but I think that what it keeps you moving forward is acceptance, right? I mean, having a disability like a spinal cord injury or an amputee is there's not a cure. So just hoping for that all the time and wishing that you can walk again and doing that is not gonna change the situation. What I would recommend someone is like, hey, look, I know things are hard right now. The wheelchair is very uncomfortable. I don't, maybe you don't like to see yourself in a wheelchair when you see yourself in a mirror, but you have to keep living. You have to move on. You need to find things that work for you, and just let time. I believe that someday we're gonna have a cure or whatever, but on the meantime, just keep living your life, keep achieving your goals, keep and feel beautiful. I know that sometimes it's very hard to feel beautiful when you're in a wheelchair, and this is why clothes is so important, because if you find a nice piece of clothes and then you look so cute, oh my God, I like how I look.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, I like how we look. And then your confidence, and then, oh my God, this works for me, and this. And then that's when you start feeling a woman again. Yeah. And this is why it's so, take care of yourself. It's very important that you do some self-care. If you don't have anywhere to go, you don't have to go somewhere. You can just start in your home, take a shower, play with makeup, dress up. And then it's like you're training yourself to just go out to the world after COVID. You know what I mean? Yes. And it's all about here. It's all about, what is next for you. I mean, you cannot change the situation right now, but what else you can do to feel better.
Absolutely, guys. And she is more than a testament of that. So be sure to follow her, the journey of a brave woman, so you can see everything that
was my name because I travel all over.
Yeah,
So
travel over by herself, so you have to see her page. And it's been a pleasure to talk to you, Marcela. I've been, just really fun to have this type of conversation, to have about style, about fashion. Like, why not? And thank you to all of you for joining us. We hope that you liked this, that you're taking advantage of this whole event, and we hope that this conversation touched you in some way. Thank you for tuning in, and also feel free to follow me at Tamara Mena Official, and also follow us at Cur8able. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Marcela.
Bye bye.
What is up, everyone? Welcome to Curateable Conversations. I am Lauren Lolo Spencer. I am a Curateable curator here today to talk to my guest, Margot. Before we get started, we definitely want to start with some audio descriptions for our blind attendees. So I am Lauren Lolo Spencer. I am a Black woman with very large silver hoop earrings and a red and black striped turtleneck with curly purple hair. I know that probably sounds off the chain, but it's there. And then Margot, if you could do the same by giving an audio description so we can get the conversation started.
Ooh, physically describe myself.
Yeah.
Super pale, bright red lips, a little too bright really because it's a new color. I wasn't ready. I slick my hair in a low side pony, like parted to the side ponytail, and I'm wearing like a black puffy sleeve crop top.
Love it. Love it. Well, thank you everybody for joining us. We are so excited to have this conversation. Margot and I have known each other for a while now, and I have always admired her style. She just has like this whole swag that is like next level fly. And so so when it was time to do this conversation, I was like, oh yeah, I have to talk to Margot and dig into her style life. So for you, Margot, what does
our own identity? You know, I feel like we all develop our personal style throughout our whole lifetime, whether it's like influenced by our surroundings or to rebel against our surroundings or whatever it is. So I think it's just, you know, you want to feel like you when you get up in the morning.
Yes, I love that. And you know, I will echo that because that's what style is all about, is feeling like ourselves. And for you, you weren't born with a disability, correct? You were a person who became disabled. So how did going from able-bodied to disabled kind of affect your personal style and figuring out who you are now that you're living a new lifestyle?
Yeah. Well, I feel like as far as like my taste and style, that didn't really change, but I feel like I'm more aware to dress a certain way. Like I noticed when I first got injured, everybody looks at my feet. Like I was wearing like botched up slippers, and someone was like, "Oh my god, those shoes are so cute. I wish I could wear those." And I was like, "Really?" So now I always make sure I have like really cute shoes, no matter what.
Yeah.
And then whatever's more flattering sitting, I think that's the only thing that's changed. But that's pretty much it.
Okay. So I mean, I just started, and I've always been more of a fan of like jackets and pants, and I kind of always didn't pay attention to the shoe game all the way, all the time. I was really only like on top of it when it was like an event or some type of party or something like that. But I will admittingly say that as of recently, I was like, every pair of shoes I put on ever again needs to be a must wear at any given time. Because people do pay attention to our feet and our shoes when we are wheelchair users, because there's this assumption like our shoes are always going to be clean. And to a degree, it's true, but like to another degree, like for me, I'm ambulatory. So my shoes can technically still get dirty because my feet touch the ground. But what about you? Like, is the maintenance of your shoes like always in good shape? Are you able to like keep your shoes forever?
Well, I've always been really good at keeping my stuff forever just because I didn't grow up with much, and that's kind of been a thing, and I'm super OCD. Like I have clothes that I still wear that I've had since I was 4 years old, 12 years old. I know, it's crazy. I didn't grow. I didn't grow. But yeah, I like to keep my shoes clean. So it's like my excuse for my twin not to steal my shoes. I'm like, I can't get the soles dirty. what are you thinking? So they're pretty clean. I do scuff them up if I like kick them around or if my feet drag in the dirt. Sometimes they fall. But
Right.
I keep them clean. I try.
Well, we all gotta try. I think that's the thing that everyone knows is like when it comes to style, like they say, cleanliness is next to godliness. So we gotta keep everything as clean as possible, wheelchair user or not.
And I will say that I am more mindful since I don't put on my own shoes that somebody else is touching them. So I do try to keep it clean. So it's like, well, they don't need to be touching whatever dirt I fell in last week. You know what I mean?
Andrew, you know what? I didn't even think about that because for us who do, have someone assist us with dressing, we have to be mindful that they've got clean hands too.
Yeah.
Because they can really mess up some garments. Like for real. So, I mean, kind of going back to your story a little bit, just in case people don't know. So you did say that you were injured. Did you want to kind of like expand a little bit on that journey of your injury and how you became a person with a disability?
Okay. Car accident. There it is. Woke up one day, it was like this, and they were like, okay, you're quadriplegic now. It's like, cool. No, it wasn't that easy. I did have a lot of complications in the hospital, so they actually didn't even address the quadriplegic part until like 3 months later.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, okay, so I live, but I'm paralyzed. I get it. And yeah.
Okay.
Movements. I've done some nerve transfer surgeries recently that have helped, but clotting.
So then how did because, outside looking in, someone would see you and could clearly tell you're a super fashionable person. So how did you learn your style? How did you know like this piece works for you versus this piece, or this style works better than this style for you? Like, how did you learn your own style, either prior to your injury or post your injury?
You mean like my taste and style, or
yeah,
like in a chair? Okay, okay.
I'm gonna ask how you dress in a chair, but that's after we figure out how you.
I'll wait for that then.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I've literally had some of the same clothes since I was 12 or younger. So I think weirdly, I just have the same taste since I have the taste of a child, basically.
Interesting. Okay.
And I also am like really weird with clothes and material things. Like I don't like gifts because like I like to fill up my shopping cart online. I sit on it for a week. I analyze it. I'm like, I like Maria Kondo, that whole list. I'm like, does it bring me joy? Do I love this piece? And that's kind of how I pick it. And if I fall in love with it, then I'm like, oh, I need it. And I usually go with the shoes first. Because I have to put my shoes on. Well, now in the wheelchair, I have to put my shoes on before anything else. It's just easier that way.
Yeah.
I build from the bottom.
Interesting. That is definitely interesting. Okay, so then you say that you have the taste of a child. What does that mean then to you? Like, is it because you're into like flowers and pink stuff, or like break down the taste? Like, what does that mean?
Well, when it comes to pink, I love pink, but I'm so pink and pale that it washes me out. And I buy it all the time, and then I end up giving it to my tan friend. Hurts my heart. I think I guess I'm just not like childish. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I mean, I
like to shake it up because I do have an insecurity that I've always looked young, which I'm gonna be 30 tomorrow, but you can't tell.
Girl,
right?
we're gonna talk about that birthday, girl.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, me and you don't look 30, no.
At all.
No,
not at all. Girl, I'm still a little bit older, but that's okay. We don't look our age.
I said in the 30s. It wasn't specific.
Exactly.
I wasn't gonna call you out. But I always look young, so like, especially when I go around with my mom, I hate now being in the chair. Like, oh, she looks like a little girl,
Ah.
you know? So I try to like, I don't know, I guess adult it up. I hate putting makeup on unless I have to. So I'm trying. I'm like, let me just put some lipstick, look like a grown up, or like look like I tried, you know, not like a little kid, a little chicness here and there.
Yeah, and you know what's actually very interesting? I actually kind of am starting to tap into my womanhood style as well.
Yeah,
Because
that's
for me, and Stephanie would, she always gets on me for it, but I'm like a sucker for a graphic t-shirt. I'm always wanting to wear a t-shirt and jeans or a t-shirt and skirts, or like what it's always a t-shirt. But I will say I am 33, you know, I love it. I'm here for it. But you know, being 33 and now being an entrepreneur and having my brand and my business, I've started to kind of, is similar to what you're saying, tap into like that grown womanhood energy, because I want that goddess womanhood energy to, you know, what you call that, radiate off of me into the world. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. I feel the same about that. Like you said it way better than me.
Yeah, well, girl, I mean, I think that's the thing, right? That's what's good about these conversations, because a lot of times with fashion, it is really hard to articulate what we like, what our style is, you know, what kind of pieces we like. I know when I first started getting styled by Stephanie, she would ask me a ton of questions, and I'd be like, "Girl, I don't know. I got some jeans. Like, what this mean?" And she'd be like, "Okay, Lolo. So like, are we talking denim? Are we talking this? Are we talking that?" You know what I mean? And so it would just be kind of like confusing at first. But I think having conversations with other people who are into fashion as well really helps with being able to articulate our style and what we're into. And so, and I love that you like mixing patterns. That was something that I always dug about your style, because you have this like royal, like this regal chic boss. Oh, I was about to curse. Sorry. Boss vibe about your style. You know what I'm saying? And so, and I've always loved that. But what makes you so confident to like be able to feel secure in mixing patterns and know you're like killing it? And on top of that, being a wheelchair user.
Well, you know, a lot of it is fake it till you make it kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like if I know, well, first of all, let me just say I was gonna wear a graphic tee for this until I texted you and I was like, girl, what are you wearing? And I was like, Margot, dress it up. So I changed. I was like, you can't be in a ponytail and a graphic tee the day before you're 30. You gotta get it together.
That part.
But yeah, I mean, going back to something you said, it is true that I am looking to transition how I can do like my graphic tee and jeans and sneakers, but still feel like my woman self. Because you know what, we're growing. We're growing. And maybe I've been holding on to my childhood, and that's what's wrong with my fashion.
Nothing is wrong with your fashion. I can let you know that now, girl. Because if there was something wrong with your fashion, you would not have been again. Right.
But to answer your question on pattern clashing and all of that,
and the confidence behind that.
There's a truck passing by. Sorry.
No worries.
I feel like it's all about the crazier you feel like it is, the more you have to just be like, own it, and fake it. Because the more confident you are in something that other people might think is weird, the more people are gonna be like, oh wow, that's actually really cool. Yeah.
Exactly. And I completely agree with that. I mean, because there have definitely been times where, you know, I would try on something and I'm like, I don't know if this is it. But at the same time, I kind of still like it. So I'm gonna get it and try it and like see what I can put together. And I think that's the thing too, is a lot of times with fashion, you know, especially throughout the years, is you want to experiment, you want to try new things. You know, I feel like there's like this pressure that every time we leave the house, we have to look perfect or we have to look stunning every single time. Now, however, you don't want to go out the house looking crazy. You know what I mean? You obviously want to look like you're well put together, but you know, if you want to take a chance on that top or those pants or those shoes, take that chance and kind of see how it works for you and how it makes you feel. And ultimately, at the end of the day, if it genuinely makes you feel good, if it genuinely gives you a certain level of confidence, then wear whatever you feel like wearing, you know?
Yeah, have fun with it. Like my friends are, and if you look at my shoe closet, I have I got some feathered shoes, all different. I love a fluffy shoe. What the hell is that? Who wears a fluffy shoe? I love a fluffy shoe. I put a fluffy shoe and I put it with like a plaid pant or another crazy pattern, and I love it.
Yeah.
So I don't really care if somebody else doesn't like it. And I noticed, like, this is kind of a tangent, but
Go ahead, girl, tangent away.
I used to have a bad habit. I used to be a smoker. I haven't smoked all year, so I'm a big girl. I'm a big girl.
Hey, that's an accomplishment.
It is. But when I used to smoke, I used to be around other non-smokers and be like, oh, I'm gonna go smoke and be insecure about it. And immediately I would get judged. Like I would see the judgment on their face. But then when I used to be like, I'm gonna go out and smoke, peace, see you later, nobody even like blinked an eye. So it's just about owning it, being confident. Of course, don't smoke.
Right.
That's what I'm saying, but yeah, it's just an example.
Right. No, absolutely. But I think the overall consensus of when you own your confidence, then that confidence radiates out to everyone else. And so nobody bats an eye because it's like, oh, clearly this is who this person is. This is what this person likes to wear, what this person likes to do. So who cares? That's their business. I'm grown. I don't need to be in nobody's business. Yeah. You know what I mean? But you know, as your style has grown, or as you're now about to be 30, because tomorrow is your 30th birthday, which is a huge milestone in life. Trust me, girl, I'll tell you all about my 30th year, girl. It was everything. But you know, so now that you are 30, what is like your ultimate fashion style goal, because you have, you know, entered this next phase of adulthood?
Yeah, I guess it really goes back to what we were saying before about like trying to combine my womanhood, but still like my fun, childish side, and also like trying to find
what
things
does that
like
look like to you? Like if you could put an ideal outfit together that you think, you know, budget not a factor, but you think that part, but you think would really embody what your idea or your dream style would be at 30, what would that outfit look like?
Well, I definitely wear heels a lot. And I have noticed that in the wheelchair, my feet get more swollen when I wear flats than if I wear heels.
Interesting.
So I use it as even more of an excuse. I'm like, I'm gonna wear heels.
That part.
So definitely like a heel, maybe like a fun pattern heel, a pattern pant, and maybe like a cute, simple, chic top, and then my hair, depending on the outfit, and a little lipstick.
Yes. Now that definitely sounds like a vibe. That definitely sounds like a vibe. What colors though? What colors, like you being 30, like what colors like are you drawn to as soon as you're like in a store, like, oh girl, let me go over here?
Well, I always go to blue. I love blue. It's just in general. Blues, red. I've been more into red lately. Black, of course. I love black.
Black is legendary.
But yeah, classic.
Yeah.
And then pattern. So any like crazy pattern that has like a cool mix of colors that like are not the same shade, like not a full blue pattern, like bunch of different colors that I can wear like I can pick out a color from and then, you know, pull it out in my pants or in my shoe or a purse or something like that.
Got it. And speaking of purses, what kind of accessories do you like to use when dressing? Like, are you big into the purses? Are you big into bracelets and necklaces? Like, how does accessories add to your personal style?
You know, I've never been a big bag lady, or I mean, a bag lady in general.
Bag lady. Sorry, that's a song. Go ahead.
I just never I was never attracted to purses. Like I look at them and I'm like, I don't appreciate them.
Interesting. Okay, because I love me a good bag. But go ahead.
But now I've noticed the last few years I'm learning to appreciate a little cute little bag. I love a little mini bag. You know, I have a lot of the little envelope bags because I can just like slide them right next to me on my chair. So I've been into those lately. But other than that, I can't say I'm big on the bags. And I usually just have like all my stuff with me anyway, so I don't really need a purse.
Gotcha. Okay.
But shoes, definitely. When I was younger, I loved big earrings. Obsessed. I know, I'm obsessed. And then now I'm so so lazy. I'm like, oh, I don't want to put an earring. I don't know what it is. But my little Margot necklace.
Yes. Come on, Margot necklace. Yes. But you have like a good face structure to like not wear earrings. Like, see, if I don't wear earrings, I look like something's missing on my face.
No, so I feel like you have that in your head.
Girl, I mean, you're probably right. However, in my head, that's how I feel. But there are some people, you know, it's almost like the simpler, the more like high fashion they look, you know what I mean? And you definitely own that. So what would you say your personal style says about you as a person and your personality?
Ooh, God, I don't know what I say about myself. I should probably ask people, what do you think I'm saying when I wear this? Maybe I don't want to know. But I think it says, God, what does it say about me?
What do you want people to know about you through your style? Like, if someone were to see you, like, what does your style say to them? Like, what do you want them to think?
Well, I think we both know this, that I'm really cool, though. I'm really cool. That's obviously that's what it is. I'm a really cool lady. Hang out with me.
I love it.
Also, like, don't talk to me, but like, you want to talk to me. Yeah?
Yes, it's almost like you're welcome to come to the club, just don't sit at my table.
Exactly. Like, I want to be a part of this club and I would totally let you in because I'm very approachable, but like, let's not
get a champagne glass because I love it. I love it. So what would you say is your favorite part about the shopping process? Because I know it's really hard for us to usually navigate. So those of us who are really into fashion, sometimes shopping could really be a burden, but what about it kind of makes you keep going back? Or what do you enjoy about it, regardless of, you know, any type of inconveniences that might be in the way?
Well, I'll be honest and say that I've never enjoyed the shopping experience. Able-bodied or not, it just like going to a store, immediately I'm like, I want to go home. I hate it. And so even more so now in the wheelchair, because now I'm like trying to navigate and like the hangers I can't get through, or like I'm pulling clothes down with me, or everyone's in my way, and then I get like rageful. I'm like, God, get out of my way. I'm like crazy, and then I forget why I'm there in the first place. But I noticed that when I do shopping, I'm like going on the internet looking for something specific. Like I'm
more of an internet shopper.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I love to have my shopping cart full. I go on the website, I fill it up with everything I like, and then I sit on it for weeks, sometimes longer.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, I don't need this. I love this. I'm gonna look into more crop top. But like, that's what I was going to say, I guess. When I do shopping, I go looking for something specific. I don't just randomly shop, kind of thing.
Got you. So what are usually those specific things that you're looking for? Because you mentioned you're wearing a crop top now. You mentioned crop tops a couple of times. So I'm assuming crop tops are your vibe. And if so, why crop tops?
Well, they're just convenient, like in the chair, they're just more flattering. And like if I want to tuck it, like, or I'll get a large graphic tee and I'll cut the bottom so I can tuck it in a little if I want to have it fit more. Or I can have it loose and it's just like a fun crop top kind of thing. I just find it more flattering.
Yes.
Less fabric bulking up on the sides and the back kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I'm glad that you said that, because I was hoping you were going to say that, because that's the thing that I think a lot of the times, especially as wheelchair users, we'll have an idea of what we like, and that idea of what we like, we see it on an able-bodied person and think we can't wear that because an able-bodied person is wearing that. People are like, well, I can't wear a crop top, but it's like, girl, you're already sitting down. So technically the crop top is going to be perfect for you because it's going to immediately hit at the waist and there won't be the extra fabric or anything like that. And I love that you mentioned that you even alter your clothes for it to fit you better, because that's also the other part of kind of dressing and having style with a disability, is sometimes you may need to, if you find that piece that you're like, oh my God, I have to have it, but maybe it's a little big here or a little long this way, you can go to a seamstress and get things altered, or you could do it yourself. There are YouTube tutorials for this stuff.
Yeah, no, and I will say I learned a lot of that through Stephanie.
Yes.
I was like, oh, I can tailor the jacket so it stays, because that's always been my issue with jacket. Like if I lift my arm up, then it like flaps out of the chair.
Yep.
Or it's too long, or like I can't wear a coat because I don't have a space for it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, dying.
No.
And what else was I say? Oh yeah, the altering clothes is very important. I've even had them like alter like zippers to like access certain things, like to my rompers and things like that. And what else? What else did you just ask? I was gonna say something.
Oh no, I was just making the comment. Oh, go ahead.
I remember. I remember when I was first injured, I would imagine what I was gonna wear if I was standing up.
Yeah.
And now I don't really do that anymore. Yeah.
I love that because I love you said what?
Now I kind of know what works for this body, so I can kind of build it up from what I know.
And I love that you're saying that, because I'm also a person who went from able-bodied to a person with a disability, and that is a huge part of the acceptance process, which is going from knowing that maybe you want to visualize what the outfit would look like when you were able-bodied, but then kind of just accepting who you are as you are in your new body as a person with a disability, and then using that and accepting that and finding just a new way to dress your new body, because you're kind of like, hey, this is my life now and I'm accepting it as it is, and there's literally nothing wrong with that. And that's how we can start building confidence within ourselves and having and creating our own personal style as people with disabilities. So there have been some questions going off in the question box.
Okay.
So we've definitely got some questions from the audience. So I'm going to ask some of those now. How much attention do you pay to the fashion industry in the way that you dress?
Not that much. Like yes, of course, like on social media, I'll look and see what's new, and I'll be like, oh, I like that. Oh, I like this. But I mean, I can't really say not that much. I mean, of course, you get influence from what you see. So I think it's important to see bodies in fashion because we do get influenced by what we see, no matter what we say or what we think, you know?
Yeah.
But no, I think it's more like I said, I shop like looking for something intentional. So like if I'm like, you know, I want a crop top that does this because I want a look that makes me feel chic or whatever. So I want this kind of top, then I'll go look for that. So I'm kind of more in my head.
So where do you go to look for those specific things? Like, do you have like your staple like 3 stores or websites that you go to because you know they're probably going to have something you really really like?
Well, generally just the deep dark web. Like if I'm looking for something specific, I'll type it in specifically. Like I want a shirt that says this, blah blah blah. But if not, I try to stick to stores that I know or websites that I know, like Zara or Pretty Little Thing, and American Eagle is great because they have XXS, which I need because we're tiny.
Yeah, we're tiny ones. We are.
The better. So yeah, I tend to shop at stores that I know, just in urban, because I knew those stores as able-bodied. So I know how their sizes work, like trying on the clothes. Because now I don't try on clothes. Like if I have to try on clothes, I'm gonna be in the store for like 6 hours. It's not. You know, so I kind of know what brands in their store and what websites fit me and what don't fit me and what sizes to order. And then once you know that, I feel like it makes it so much easier. And like even shoes, like I know like this shoe brand runs small, so I better get a bigger size or I'm gonna regret it, kind of thing.
And since you are super into shoes, and it sounds like you probably have like an amazing array of different styles of shoes, what are your go-to shoe designers and shoe stores, online or brick and mortar?
Well, I have a lot of Jeffrey Campbell shoes.
Okay.
Mainly because I have personal past with them. I grew up with them as a child, and when he made it, I was like, oh my god! And I just genuinely love his shoes. I also love the fit of his shoes. For me, like I'm really stubborn, and when they told me, oh, you have to get a size bigger shoe because your feet will swell, and I was like, no, I don't want to. I like little shoes, and like I have my sensation, so I can feel my legs and my feet. And I don't know if it's because I was a dancer. I like tight fitted shoes. I know it's totally impractical, but I like it. So I can get a 6.5 from Jeffrey Campbell, and it's not tight. So technically, I'm still stubborn, but I'm smart. Yeah. I like their heel size, like the length of their heel is like the right size. Even their shorter heels are the right size where, like I said, my feet don't get as swollen.
Yeah.
Heels, and that they're comfortable and they stay on the chair and my ankles don't roll.
Love that. Love that.
Zara has some really great shoes.
Yeah, Zara does have some pretty good shoes. I love me a good Steve Madden every once in a while.
I love Steve Madden.
I mean, yeah. Gotta love Steve.
What am I wearing?
Okay, so let's see. Another question from the audience is, how can the fashion industry solve dressing challenges when they don't understand their clients? What would you
I think the thing to that would be to get them to learn. Get some people in the room that are there. But also that said, like I don't like yes, I do dress like how we talked about with the crop tops. I do dress to fit my body sitting. But what I'm wearing would work for an able-bodied person as well. Like it's not like I'm wearing foreign clothes that, like they're from space or anything. They're regular clothes, You just have to put them together in a way that works for you.
Yeah.
So I think it's like on us also, which I hate to say because it shouldn't be, on us to know what clothes work.
Yeah.
And on their side, they can just need to get us in the room so we can be like, hey, like if you made a shirt like this, but if it was more like this, then like I'd wear it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would totally agree with you. I mean, I think the unfortunate part is that we have to spend extra time finding clothes that do work for us because of our body types. That's the unfortunate part. And that's what makes having a style and being into fashion kind of challenging, because we can't just grab anything that we want. We do have to be mindful. And a lot of times, some people with fabrics, some people with zippers and buttons and fasteners and all of those kinds of things. Go ahead. It sounds like you're gonna.
You know me. You can't.
No, girl, go ahead. Go ahead. You the guest. Go ahead.
I know. But still, and now I don't remember what I was gonna say. I'm just kidding. But I feel like that's something we all go through.
Yeah.
It's not just a disability thing or a body type. Like we all need to be picking out the right clothes for our body types. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's like every human issue.
Yeah.
Like, I would love to be like, those oversized looks that's super in right now. Like if I did that, you wouldn't see, I'd be swallowed. You wouldn't see. And that's like something that I have to accept for myself. Like I can't do the oversized look. And I hate that. It's so cool, but it's just, it doesn't make sense,
Right. No, and I completely agree with that as well. I think kind of what the challenge still tends to be is that with certain clothes, I know some people health-wise may be affected. Like if someone wears a shirt that's too small, I mean, they know not to get that size. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Versus even if this is in my size, it still won't work because I'm seated and the shirt now looks too long and now I look swallowed versus if I was standing up, it would look cute. Like, you know what I mean? So I think there is that, but I would agree with what you were saying earlier is getting people in the room. You got to get people who know what they're talking about, who are into fashion, and sometimes get those people who may not all the way be so into fashion, but they want to get dressed nice too. Like the people who genuinely feel like there's nothing out there for them, get those people in a room and say, hey, what can our brand do for you guys to make you want to buy our clothes? That'll help you want to get dressed and feel confident in whatever we're designing.
Yeah, I think that what you said is actually probably a better idea to have people that are non-fashion-y in the room because they have more of a perspective where as people that are into fashion, like we spend time knowing what works for us. So like we kind of skip a step already.
Exactly. So I think like an array of people who are influencers and people who are just kind of like chilling, who like clothes, but they're not really, they don't know the difference between the spring collection and the fall collection. Like it doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm one of those people. I definitely don't know the difference.
I definitely don't know. We live in LA, so I don't think I need to know.
Yeah, exactly. Because our weather, we don't know what it is.
And sometimes my outfits get weird because of that. Because I'm like, I could be wearing like a winter top, like layers, like turtleneck, but I'll wear like an open toe heel, and it doesn't make sense. But we live in LA, and when you were going, when you were talking about fabric and things like that, yeah, unfortunately, that is just a struggle.
Yeah,
like making sure that like the shoes aren't hurting us, the pants aren't hurting us. That is just unfortunately crap.
Yeah, and that's where the industry can definitely do better. So let's see. Another question from the audience is, what styles would you want to see in more universal adaptive options for office wear, special events, summer clothes, winter clothes? Kind of like what styles would you want to see more in universal adaptive options?
Okay. Well, I know, speaking of Zappos Adaptive.
Of course.
Hi. They do a lot of great things. Mm-hmm. And you did Tommy.
Oh, Tommy Adaptive, yes. I was definitely going to speak on
that. Like the button up stuff without the buttons. I think that's brilliant. But for me, like one thing I'm looking for that's like a staple that I'm missing in my closet is a winter coat. And I don't mean like a snowboarding coat, like I got the North Face,
Yeah, North Face. Yeah.
like, you know, that warm coat for us quads that are freezing all the time. But like, I want like a cute, big wool winter coat. And since I can't wear the long coats, because like, yeah, if I wear it, then I'm gonna be sitting on it and I'm gonna be stuck on it the whole time. So it's I want them to figure out winter coats for us in the chair.
I would 100% agree with that. And I know you said that you don't like wearing the long coats. I don't like wearing the long coats either because I have to sit on them. However, if adaptive fashion came up with a nice long trench, okay,
like maybe it was in the back, so it's like it doesn't go under us, it just goes around us, you know?
Something to that nature. Maybe got some sneak booty pads in the back, but don't nobody know except us. You see what I'm saying? Something, and then the way it would be able to like fit the body and still lay on the lower half of our body, because I think that is first of all, it's one of my favorite styles, especially in the wintertime. Whenever I see somebody with a good trench, I'm like, God, that is a good trench. I love it. It's so nice. However, you know, I would love to see that more often. I know Tommy Adaptive has done trenches before, but I haven't seen one where it was like halfway through the calf long. Yeah. Like it kind of like would probably go a little bit like mid thigh, but it'll still rest on, you know, your legs. I want one of the ones that get to the half calf region, but it's like, but it stays fastened. You know what I mean? Like all the way down.
Like it looks like it's wrapped around our bodies. Like that's because like when we and I look, I said it before. I'm stubborn. We know this. And I bought the long wool coat. I bought the coat that I envisioned in my head. I was like, I want that coat. Like, I'm gonna buy it, and I bought it, and I gave it to my sister because I wore it once, and I'm like shoveling it in the chair, and I just like felt like a potato. I was just like, I can't move, and it's awful. So yes, I would love them to figure out how we can get a coat that wraps well, and then it doesn't wing out at the like by our knees. You know what I mean? Oh.
I don't like the wing out.
The wing out, it drives me crazy. And then like when we lift up our arms, I don't want my jacket flapping into the wind, getting stuck in my wheels. You know, like do I have to Velcro it to my body? Because I will. I have Velcroed my jackets before.
I love it. I love it. And you know, I would definitely say winter clothes. I think office wear is another good one. You know, being able to come up with some good adaptive like suits, and not just like regular looking. I mean, like some suits, honey. Okay, some Olivia Pope style winter coats and suits.
Yes, like I want to see myself in Washington D.C. Doing something super political for no reason, because I don't do that. But I just want to see myself in a suit that was like, oh, this girl is gonna kill. She's gonna kill.
I just want the option.
Yeah, I just want the option.
I just want the option. And then I would also say, if I can make a request out to the world, I would also say good like dresses, but sexy dresses. I don't want to have to wear the typical cotton bodycon dress. Nope. I want flair. I want color. I want shine. I want sparkle. And I want to be comfortable. And I want to be able to put it on.
Yeah.
On my own.
And I want it to be flattering because, you know, we got sometimes when we're sitting, you know, nobody looks great when they're sitting. You know, the stomach is not a cute area, period, when you're sitting. So like a dress that could be like tight and sexy and bodycon, but like, I don't know, something special, something different. Or like I have a long dress that I love from Reformation. And like it has buttons and it goes down to the knees, and then it opens at the end, and I love it in the picture, but it does the winging out. And I hate that with long dresses, it wings out, or I get stuck on my ankles. I hate it.
It's literally the most annoying thing. And I would also say, actually, there's two more things, and then I swear we will be done. But two more things. I would say, which one do I want to tackle? I would say blouses, because see, now that I'm getting more into like my womanhood style, I'm grown and I pay my own bills vibe. I've been wanting to get into blouses a lot more, because remember I told you I was like super into t-shirts, but I want to get into blouses. But all the blouses I've been coming across are either like too tight in the chest but like super loose in the arms, or there's that weird zipper thing in the back, and then you got one of those weird little clips. It's like one little clip, like it'll be something like this, but then it's like this one little clip, and if it's not put together, it looks like it's loose on you. So you have to put it together, but you can't put it together because who can do this all day long? Literally nobody. And the other one I would say is either over the knee or thigh high boots that have a zipper that goes all the way from the ankle to the top of the boot.
Yes, not just on the bottom.
Not just that little gap thing. And what is with that? Why do they do that?
Why? Like, what am I gonna go find my foot in there and bring it down? No. But I will say blouses. I went through a big blouse phase.
Yes.
I have a lot of blouses and I love them. I love the blouse with the fabric. You can have all kinds of patterns, colors. But what I hate about them is also the fabric, because I slip all the time. It falls on my elbows, and it doesn't stay in place.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not like you can tuck it in, but then your armpit's tight, so you can't lift. Yeah, they need to fix that.
They need to fix that.
I love a blouse.
You see what I'm saying?
All my blouses.
Girl, I need to come over and raid your closet and just figure out what's going on up there. But nonetheless, we have given you guys so many things that the fashion industry can fix. So we're hoping there's somebody from the fashion industry watching, or who will be watching. And thank you so much, Margot. It was such a pleasure talking to you. So just inspired by your fashion and your style. I always have. I love it, girl. You be taking some bomb photos throughout the city of LA, girl. And I don't know if that's mama all the time taking photos. Oh, well, then mama knows what she's doing. Tell mama I said hi, because you know I live for her. And so, girl, it was such a pleasure talking to you. I'm so excited that we were able to do this for Cur8able Conversations. Yes. And I know the next person up is Cur8able founder, Stephanie Thomas. Whoa. So you guys get ready for her and her keynote speech. Thank you, everyone. I'm Lolo.
Hey, what's up? I'm Stephanie Thomas, the founder of Cur8able. And can I just say what an amazing job our ambassadors did, our Cur8able curators, from Jordy kicking it off this morning to Kay Chantel hosting our conversation. And then we had Tatiana with Jamila Jamil. And of course, we just listened to Lolo with Margot, and Jonathan, Hayden, and Jordy. I mean, you guys just started it off so well, because you started off talking about what a lot of us are thinking about with regards to how we handling COVID-19. Well, again, I'm Stephanie, and before I get started and get into this keynote, I also want to thank our sponsor, Zappos Adaptive. I want to thank our production team and our marketing team, from Brandon and Jacob and Risky, Alexis, Jewel, and Noella. Thank you. You're amazing. I could not have done this without you. And, you know, for all of our blind attendees, I am wearing, I guess it's blue. I'm wearing a blue kind of fluffy shirt with a matching blue blazer, and I'm wearing gold accessories. My hair is pulled into a knot to the left, and I have a bang. I have a white flower to my side, and you can see a side table with a styling book by Grace Coddington on the table, a bookcase in the back, a bit of a couch, and to the left, kitchen cabinetry that's dark brown with a silver refrigerator. So what is this keynote all about? Well, the power of personal style. But I want to give you an example of what you heard today. You heard from a lot of wheelchair users. If you are someone that is not a wheelchair user, one of the things that I've been asking for years, because I find it for myself because I am ambulatory, is when I stand up and sit down, my clothing fits differently, right? So if you are someone who is ambulatory and you are able to stand, I'm gonna ask you to, let's kick this off with an actual example. If you're able to stand, can you do me a favor and stand? Okay, now if you can take a seat. Did you adjust your clothing at all? Did you do anything? Did you pull your pants down? Did you shift your jacket or your shirt? If you're at home, did you, readjust your sweatpants? What did you do? And that is an example of what it's like when you heard the different people that were talking about dressing with a seated body type. When our curators were talking about it, that's what they meant. Clothing is literally designed for ambulating, standing up. So the idea of design for sitting is something different. But let me ask you, is this all about actual design? I would say not. If you go back and look at the history of fashion, which I'm honored to do, I mentioned a bit earlier that Kate, well, her name is Catherine Hitchcock, but I call her Kate. So Kate is one of my writing partners for a book that's coming out on dressing with disabilities in 2022. And some of the history that she's discovered dating back as far as the early 1800s and the things that they were doing with regards to design for disability, it tells me that this is not a design issue. It has never been a design issue. Before I even knew that they were working on it in such a substantive way in the 1800s, when I was thinking it went as far back as the 1930s and, after the world wars and how this became more of an issue, I knew at that point, I was like, okay, this is not a design issue. And then when you go forward and you start to look at how the government was participating in all of the aspects of making sure that wounded warriors came back and they were able to, disabled veterans were able to integrate into society, which is also part of Kate's research that has been so fascinating to me. I was like, okay, this is still not a design issue. We have legislative policies. I mean, look at us this year. We're celebrating 30 years of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Yet, you cannot legislate attitudinal changes. And that is the missing link for all of this. That's why there hasn't been a shift. That's where there hasn't been a change. Some of the issues that were brought up today by Jamila and Tatiana and Lolo and Tamara and Marcella Some of these issues are still issues because people have not really dealt with the commonalities that they share with people with disabilities. The developer of the A-Linker, Barbara, and I were on a panel a few years ago after LA Fashion Week. And one of the things that she said always stuck to me. She said that when people think of disability, oftentimes they think of their own mortality, which then makes them want to walk away from it and not really focus on it. And that really stuck with me because I started to think about being in graduate school and writing about my desire to help people with disabilities, and having some professors push back and say, you're gonna have to get rid of that name, disability. You're gonna have to, don't use disability, find something else, differently abled, find something. And I said, well, actually, this is my journey. This is my journey and my experience. So I'm definitely gonna keep disability. And if it makes you uncomfortable, I know that I'm using the right word, because people are only uncomfortable with things that they don't know, which is why we have to have education through interaction. You know, I used to think even as a child, and it's now that, you know, I'm older, I'm like, I don't even know why I was thinking about this, but I would think like, I hope that people have more of an expanded view of who I am as a human beyond what they see on television. I've always been tuned into commercials. And I've noticed that over the last decade or so, we've started to see more commercials just effortlessly integrate people with disabilities, which they should, because we're a part of society, right? So that makes me happy. We're in the zeitgeist, but most people are still uncomfortable with dealing with disabilities. So I want to focus a little bit on that today. May I do that with you? Because I want to say some things to you that I hope will help you kind of relax and take a deep breath and understand that this is a process. It is not a sprint. It is a marathon. It's cross country. It's going to take a while. There's some learning and growing. I am a person with a disability, and I'm constantly learning and growing and getting it wrong, but I'm not stopping. And I'm going to continue to get it wrong as I learn and I grow. And I would encourage you, if you've been listening today and you felt a little bit overwhelmed, like, oh my gosh, where do I even begin? You begin by taking a deep breath and saying, let's do this. So let's do this. First, we have more in common than I think you often think about. Because someone is seated, because someone may be a little person, they still want to date, still want to go out, still want to be able to enjoy the social pleasures in life. And yes, I understand. I am in Los Angeles, California. So what I consider social aspects of my life may be very different to someone, even in Colorado, someone in upstate New York, someone in Egypt, someone in, Mauritius. It doesn't matter. But we do have this commonality. We want to be seen, we want to be heard, and we want to know that we matter. I heard Oprah say that years ago, and I've never forgotten it, because it's true. Have you ever started and you were like, I'm kind of in an argument with someone? What's the thing that feels the most annoying about an argument? Is that we're like, you're not listening to me. You are not listening to me. And that's the thing that breaks down communication. So where do you begin now that you've made the decision to begin? Do you begin by just, building clout and deciding to send some clothes out to people with disabilities if you're a fashion brand? No. You start by reading. You start by researching. You start by going and following different people, learning from them, getting books, looking at peer-reviewed journals, researching, different movements in time, like the functional fashion movement. Research the times in which they began the rehabilitation movement, when we started to look at ways to really serve veterans with disabilities. Another thing that you can do is begin to look up terminology. How do people talk about disability, right? As you're exploring disability, are you exploring it through the social model? Are you exploring it where every person with a disability is a patient? How are you thinking about it? How are you talking about it? That's where you want to begin. You don't want to begin in spending money on making something adaptive. That's not what I would suggest to a designer. You don't want to begin with starting to make movements without making internal shifts And let's go even more internal than your company. Forget just company culture. You have to go internal. You have to figure out what your bias is, be honest about your bias, and then address it. And if you're like, I don't have a bias against people with disability, are you sure? Because every single human being has a bias. We have biases that we don't even know that we have until we're confronted with them. And if you feel uncomfortable when you see a person with a disability, if you feel like you don't know where to look, you don't know where to say, like, oh man, do I touch their wheelchair? What do I do? It may not be a bias where you think negative intentionally, but if you automatically see a person with a disability, or if you meet me and with all of your good intention, I say that I am a stylist exclusively for people with disabilities, and your innate reaction is, oh my gosh, I love that. You're amazing. Why am I amazing? Am I amazing at my work, which if you just met me, you probably have no clue what it is? Or is it because you feel like people with disabilities are people that are so needy that, I'm such an angel for helping those people? Well, as one of those people, I understand, I don't take offense, and I don't feel that it's malicious. But if you stop and recalibrate and understand that, oh, okay, she's identified a need, she's educated herself, and now she's helping to meet that need just the way I meet a need as a stylist. For instance, if I'm talking to another stylist, for someone who's curvy, for menswear, for someone who's tall, for someone who's short, for someone who has limbs that swell, like whatever it is that you specialize in, it's just a specialty. Where did my journey begin with this? The reason why I feel like this conversation was important to me is because 28 years ago, when I first learned about clothing for people with disabilities, or rather the lack thereof, and people always say, yeah, the functional fashion movement, it was incredible, it was amazing, they did a lot of great things, but they had the same issue that I'm talking about, in that it wasn't in the marketplace in a way that it should be. I happened to be in Kentucky, Frankfort, Kentucky, when I first learned about it. And the Kohl's, the local Kohl's in Frankfort, Kentucky, actually had wheelchairs with mannequins in them and clothing in 1992. That's when I first learned about it, after it was brought to my attention. And then I went into Kohl's and I saw this, and I immediately started writing Kohl's. They didn't write me back, but just last year, someone from Kohl's did contact me, and they were like, oh yeah, we remember that campaign. And they actually put out their first collection for people with disabilities. So over these 28 years, I've had a lot of different points that have made me say, we need more conversations. Education through interaction, education through interaction. What people know they're not afraid of. If you've never lived with next door to someone from a different culture, and people have taught you that that's something negative, but then you wind up having neighbors from different cultures, and you're like, man, they bring the best food to the barbecue. You know, you start to learn things about them, and you're like, whoa, this has been a bunch of crock. Because the point is that when we understand our differences and the power of our differences, that's when we can make change. So let's go back to exploring. Exploring disability should be vast. It should be something you're doing on social media. It should be something that you're reading about. It should be intentional as it is for any other demographic. It should be intentional. And here's the beauty of disability. It's so intersectional. Any human being can become a person with a disability at any moment. I'm going to say that again. Any human being can become a person with a disability at any moment in time. And the beauty of that is that if you are a designer and you design for children, maybe you're a stylist and you generally focus on menswear, or you focus on curvy women, or you may focus on non-binary body types and styling. There is no shortage of people for you to help because it's so intersectional. After you start to really explore disability, Like I said, you want to stop and look at communication. Ask questions. Today you see on the screen with us ASL interpreters. Well, ASL is only one of many types of interpretations, right? There are languages, so many languages around the world. ASL is an actual language. We are not doing someone a favor. We are actually saying we value you if you're deaf, and we want to make sure that we're speaking your language. When you visit another country, if you've ever visited another country, I'll give you a personal example. This anecdote is from when I've visited family members in Barcelona. I do not speak the language fluently. I understand a lot better than I speak oftentimes, but in Barcelona, if I say café con leche sisplau, I think is how it's pronounced, as opposed to café con leche por favor, maybe, you know, I told you my accent is not great, but the difference that I get in the look really shifted my perspective. Because asking for coffee and then saying sisplau, as opposed to por favor, says, I respect the fact that you speak Catalan, as opposed to encouraging you to speak Spanish, which I don't know if you visited Barcelona, but my nephew is Catalonian and Black, obviously, and his mom was very determined for me to know that there's a difference between speaking Catalan and speaking Spanish. So it's a form of respect, right? It's a form of respect. Exploration, exploring what disability is, communication, understanding how people communicate differently from you. Can I be very open and sincere with you about a bias that I had? As a natural communicator, I was trained as a lobbyist, right, in 2008. And in our class, it was only 30 of us selected through the Partners in Policy Making program in the state of Virginia. And it only consisted of people with disabilities or parents of people with disabilities. Fortunately for me, there was a young lady in our class who was nonverbal. And it was so helpful for me because I was so afraid that I would get things wrong with her, that I would say something wrong, or that I would have to pretend that I understood what she was saying when I really didn't understand what she was saying. And so they would bring into our training other people that were nonverbal, but that, and when I'm saying nonverbal, I'm meaning they don't speak the way that I do. Their speech may seem slurred to us, but it is the way that they communicate. Example, I gave it earlier, I'll share it again. On my left hand, this is how I snap. On my right hand, this is how I snap. They're both correct for me. So for someone that speaks differently than I do, it's not that they don't speak correctly. They're speaking perfectly for the way that they communicate. I was intimidated by it because my speech pattern tends to be quick. It's my area of work. It's what I do. And you know what they taught me? They taught me to slow down. They said, okay, slow your pace down. Stop thinking that someone should communicate like you. And I want you to see and hear the people that are communicating with you. And when I slowed down, I actually understood what was being said. And then when someone asked me, they said, did you fully understand what was being said? And when I didn't, I said, no. They said, there you go. Stop acting like you don't know how to say you don't understand, because people can then actually repeat it for you. Or if they're not able to articulate it in a way that you can understand, they can type it for you, or they can write it down or have someone write it down. Just that information removed that bias for me. And remember, it wasn't a bias where I thought I was better. It was based on my own fear of getting it wrong. So I'm just trying to let you know that I see you. I understand you. If you're like, this feels so overwhelming to me. And now I'm not intimidated by it. If someone speaks differently than I do, I focus, I slow down. I don't ask them to become like me to make me feel comfortable. I respect who they are, and I take in what they're giving me, and I work to be present and here. And then when I don't get it, I say, I'm sorry, can you please repeat that? And they respect that because they know that I am actually engaging them. I'm not patronizing them. I'm not talking to the person standing next to them. I'm looking and I'm hearing them. In spring 2021, finally, my textbook is coming out that I've actually, I'm so used to saying curated, but I edited and authored. It is entitled Fitting In, The Social Implications of Fashion and Dressing with Disabilities. It would have been out in August. I asked for an extension because I wanted to include information about Fashion Month 2020. They gave me an opportunity to do it, so I took it, but it will be out finally in the spring. And I want to deal with implications now, because one of the things that I found in doing that research and actually looking at the articles that would be included in that research was that there are social implications to fashion and dressing with disabilities. Because, and it was said so beautifully by Jamila earlier today about how whack and just inappropriate it is to be exclusive. Fashion is all about exclusion. And now there's a reckoning that's happening socially. There's a reckoning that's happening. I hate the term racially because race is a socially constructed term, in my opinion, and things I've researched. But the way that ethnicities are excluded, people with disabilities, there's a reckoning happening. Tommy Hilfiger said it best when he said the democratization of fashion. That's what's happening right now. So there are actual social implications to dressing with disabilities because people with disabilities are not considered fashion customers. Even today, Marcella, I thought, really summed it up beautifully when she was talking about the fact that, you know what, they want to have her on a site to bring her customers to their site, but then they don't want to feature her on their platform because they don't want to be represented like that. I'm going to tell you a story. I strategically live near a couple of malls because of the work that I do. And I went to a mall and I specifically said, you know what? I'm here all of the time with my clients. They're actors, they're influencers, they're public figures with disabilities. We spend our time here. We spend our money here. We want to see some representation. We want to see images at this mall that look like us. And I was told, without stutter, without question, without even, she didn't even take a breath. She was like, I'm sorry. We have certain ways in which we want to represent our brand. Now, malls are suffering. COVID-19. That's all I'm saying. You can't exclude people and think you're going to go into the future and continue to have this same way of doing things. You have to be more inclusive. And when you look at the implications of fashion and dressing with disabilities, it is the same reason why at the beginning of my textbook, I not only quote the fact that, yes, there are more clothing options designed for the body types of pets. This includes rats, snakes, dogs, courageous people designing for cats. I'll never understand it. My cat didn't play that, but clothes for cats. Like there are actually pieces, and I talked to, I did some research from the actual president of the association that deals with, the pet industry. And in my text, there's a quote from the president of the industry at the time, and he was saying that, yeah, the lifestyle section for pets has grown immensely because now pets are considered part of the family. I think that's been happening for a long time, but I think financially the growth is there. So there's so many products, from booties to coats to weighted blankets, anything that you could think of for people, you now have for pets. And I'm not telling you anything that you don't know. But when you really think about that, I just want you to think about that. A pet parent, me, other pet parents, we can literally go into any store, from CVS to Walgreens to H&M to any of these stores, right? And if we can't find it, in the store, there's going to be some option online for our pets. But if you are a parent of a child with a seated body type who may be a little person, or a child with a seated body type who may live with spina bifida, who may live with, a spinal cord injury, who may be an ambulatory wheelchair user, they have fewer options designed with their body types in mind. I just want you to let that sink in 2020. And it's part of the reason that I don't do a lot of style hacks. 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I was all about the hack. In 2020, I'm like, you know what? I'm over the hack. We need to be over the hack. We need to see human-centered design, universal design, and when necessary, adaptive design. Because what people don't realize is that people wear things like AFOs. They wear braces on their ankles and their feet, and they need to have cute shoes that they can wear to work, that they can wear on dates, that they actually like, that actually complement and fits their AFO. And why does the AFO have to be black? I've been saying for years, we need Band-Aids that are actually the color of my skin or the color of various skins. When that started to really pick up? In June, after the death of George Floyd. Why is Rihanna groundbreaking in makeup for various tones? It's been said, and it's worth saying again. When we only see things a certain way, we're only going to address them in that way. So we have to look beyond what we've seen as the norm. I hope I'm making sense. So you have exploration, exploring disability, really looking into communication, how you talk about disability, how disability is viewed from within the community. And then you look at the implications, the social implications. There are real implications if a wheelchair user puts on clothing designed for someone that's standing. I'm thinking pre and post COVID now, and they go in for the interview and their shirt is twisted and they look disheveled. Well, they don't look disheveled because they're disheveled. They look disheveled because the clothing is not designed for their body types. And yes, people are dying to look beautiful. They're putting on jeans, they're putting on dresses that are not designed for their body types, that can cause body sores and actually take their lives. That's not hyperbole. And it's not everyone. Lolo's an ambulatory wheelchair user. So if I have to use something on her that has a zipper in the back, since she gets dressed with dressers and without dressers, it's not going to have the same impact on her that it may have on Tamara, that it may have on Margot, for instance. But when Lolo and I were talking the last time we met, we talked about her having the ability to dress with more independence. There are women without disabilities that have been screaming for years, take the zippers off the back. Let's get some zippers on the side. But the ladies were talking about with long boots, making sure the boots have zippers from the very bottom to the top. There are some out there, I know, because I use my disability fashion styling system, Accessible, Smart, Fashionable, to actually shop for my clients. That's how I find universal design. That is my bridge that brings us to the implementation. That's how I implement change. That's how I help to eradicate negative perceptions of people with disabilities. I use my disability fashion styling system, and this is proprietary, and I want you to use it. I just want you to not say that you developed it. Can we agree on that? I'm joking, but in the age of social media, I'm kind of not. but please, please use it. The disability fashion system is very, very simple. Accessible, smart, fashionable. Accessible. Make sure that the garment that you're searching for when you're building your own style is easy to put on and take off. Make sure that the garment that you're shopping for is smart for your health, medically safe. Make sure that the garment that you're shopping for is not only easy to put on, medically safe, make sure it's fashionable. It has to be fashionable. That has to be part of it. And it has to check that box. Not that you just love it, but it works for your lifestyle and for your body type. That is how I have been able to really implement change for my clients, because there are not the choices out there that we need right now. There were organizations mentioned like Open Style Lab and other organizations that are doing incredible work. And they are following in the footsteps of organizations that have come before them, even if they don't know it. This work has been done since, like I said, Kate has found, it dates back to the, 1800s. So the work is being done. The barriers are not design barriers. The barriers are attitudinal barriers. But we are in this fight with you at Cur8able. If you have questions, if you have concerns, you know you can reach out to us online, preferably via email if it's a really serious question, because we want to take it serious and we want to help you. I am a woman with a disability empowering other people with disabilities. So when you come to me to consult, I have to be honest with you. No, I'm not going to do it for free, because I want to be able to help hire other people with disabilities. I want to hire regular writers. I want to hire people. I want to be able to train stylists and have those stylists work as a part of Cur8able. So when people contact me and they need a stylist who understands dressing with disabilities and I'm not available, I have a whole slew of people that I can refer them to. I did not open an organization or a foundation because I want people to understand that my community spends money, and I want them to be seen as viable, contributing fashion customers. I hope that was helpful to you in some way. I'm going to check now and see if we have any questions. And if not, I will continue to share some of the things that I thought were just fascinating. And I think the questions are going to come from somewhere else. So I'm waiting on my students now. They're going to send my questions over if there are any. But some of the other things that I thought Jonathan said this morning with Jordy that was just incredible. He talked about the fact that he has clothing that is universally designed, that can be used for people with and without disabilities. And he said something that I really agree with, in that he said he didn't want to continue to create separation. He didn't want to have adaptive clothing over here and then non-adaptive clothing over there. And I think he's really on point with that, because one of the things that I've noticed from people is that people have always told me they want to wear designs by designers that they know and that they love and that they appreciate. They don't want to feel like they're doing something completely separate from other people. And if you are sending questions and I'm not reading them, please just forgive me, because I don't have on my glasses. So I'm going to put them on really quickly. Okay, so something else that I wanted to share with you was the idea of dressing with disabilities, right? What's the difference between once you do have clothing, once you have the clothing and you're like, well, Stephanie, they look like they're dressed like everyone else. Well, we mentioned it just a little bit earlier, but it can actually take someone 30 minutes to put on a pair of pants. How long does it take you to put on a pair of pants if you have no dexterity issues, or if you have absolutely no reasons to, struggle with dexterity and getting the pants on? What, seconds maybe? Is it even a minute? Like, is it like 15 seconds, 10 seconds to put them on? Exactly. It could really take someone 30 minutes. And if they are having difficulties with, I don't know, flare-ups from pain, it could take them even longer. So we do have one question here. What is some advice to give to brands? I mean, the only advice that I would give to brands is go slow. You're still early to market. The market isn't saturated. Yeah, there are a lot of mom and pop brands that are doing great things in the community, and they will continue to do great things in the community and respond quicker than maybe you're able to, because they're more agile. They're smaller and they can pivot quicker. So take your time and do it right. And what do I mean by doing it right? I mean, take your time, learn, look at what your company culture is. Do a SWOT analysis. What are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? What are the opportunities? What are the threats? And be honest with yourself. And then if you are someone that's in middle management or no management at all, talk to someone that is able to sign off on this in a real substantive way. And what I mean by that is you want to make sure that someone is able to be a part of this conversation and a part of the change that actually can sign off on budgets. Because if you don't get someone involved that can sign off on budgets, you're just going to be kind of going in circles. That's honest. Because you've got to get the buy-in. Because it has to be a shift in culture. Because once you start to change the clothes, you have to change customer service. You have to change language. You can't have someone calling in and then someone saying, yeah, the way we dress the handicap, you can't. No, you've got to change culture. You've got to shift the entire culture. So be patient with yourself. Be honest about it. Make a plan. The plan may take 24 months to implement. And here's the last thing I can say about this, and I will address this other question. Don't write a press release when you start designing clothes for people with disabilities. If you're going to do a press release about the fact that you've got a new collection coming out and it's a typical press release, do a typical press release. We don't want a press release about you doing something for us, because guess what? Most of the people with disabilities are not going to learn about your product through a press release. And I can say that because I often speak to groups of people with disabilities, and I'll say, have you heard of adaptive fashion? Have you heard of this brand or that brand? And most people are like, oh no, I didn't even know that was out there. Because everyone's not sitting on Instagram. Everyone doesn't know that Tommy Adaptive exists. Everyone doesn't know that Zappos Adaptive exists. Everyone doesn't know about Juniper. Everyone doesn't know about Izzy Adaptive or Cool Way Sports. Like all of these brands that are doing really great things, people don't necessarily know that they exist. One of my favorites, All L's. They don't know that they exist. So don't do a press release. Be authentic, be genuine in it. Tommy Adaptive did something so dope when they did the Tommy by Zendaya launch. I went to the website because I wanted to see what happened on the website, while Lolo, one of the curators you recently heard from, was actually in the audience wearing Tommy by Zendaya, along with models with and without disabilities at the show. And they just quietly, Tommy just quietly, which is the way it should be. They had Zendaya at the top. They had curvy model. They had Lolo with a seated body, all at the top of their website. And then you saw Tommy, you saw adaptive. I mean, it just changed everything so that it was inclusive. You didn't have to go away from Tommy in order to find this. And the launch was completely inclusive. It was so amazing. That's the way that it should be done. Let me get to these questions. What would you tell the younger generation that are going into the fashion industry to focus on with diversifying the industry? How to make their employers listen to them? Well, the way you have your employers listen to you is by being connected to the community. Because one of the things that you bring to employers when they don't know is if you are connected to a community, be it people with disabilities, be it any other special cultural group you're part of, when you can give them access to that group, access that they don't have, that access equals dollars. And your connection to it equals authenticity, which then makes you valuable. So that's the easiest way to do it. Because once your voice is valuable and you're trusted in that community, and then you bring something to that community, that's when you're an asset. How brands can collaborate with you? Brands that want to be organic in their shift to adaptive clothing. Well, brands can collaborate with me in several different ways. We can define the collaboration by having me style something. Once you've investigated your culture, I do styling, content creation, like Cur8able conversations, and then we also do coaching and consulting. So I wouldn't start with the styling, although a lot of people like to. That's the low-hanging fruit. I would start by having a real conversation. But don't just bring me in. Really think about your budget. Really think about how you want to implement change. And be honest. Just say, hey, Steph, I just want to have a conversation, but I'm not going to have an hour-long conversation with you. Neither would any other consultant that's worth their salt that's been involved in this for 28 years. So I'm saying decide on a budget, decide how serious you are about it, and then let's have a real conversation, a conversation that's involving shifting culture and having an understanding of the intersectionality of fashion customers with disabilities. All right, how do we shift in culture if we haven't educated companies how to introduce adaptive fashion? Well, you don't start by introducing adaptive fashion. You introduce culture. How do we introduce culture? You stop, you back up, you explore, you discover communication, you research the implications, and then you begin the implementation. Everyone wants to start at the end. You need a foundation. Build the foundation. Make a plan. It may take you 24 to 36 months. It may take you 12 months, depending upon how serious it is. But that is the honest answer. And you know what? I'm going to be honest. When I first started consulting, before I knew that that's what I was doing, and I was doing a lot of it for free because of my main mission, which is to eradicate negative perceptions of people with disabilities through styling. One of the things that I did wrong was I allowed people to rush me. I allowed people to say, okay, let's get this photo shoot. Let's get this photo shoot. It's not about the photo shoot. It's about a shift in culture so that when you do the photo shoot, when people actually put their eyes on you and decide to spend their money with you, they know they're being respected, they know they're being heard, and they know they're being understood. So you've got to start at the beginning and really create an amazing foundation so that people will be able to see themselves and understand that beyond you just taking their money and getting clout, that they have put in place an actual plan and a system. I'm just pulling up the other questions. I think they may be in one place. Let's see. What would you tell younger generation? Okay, I answered that one. And then, one second. How brands can collaborate. Okay, how do you suggest individuals advocate for brands to include more universal adaptive design? If you are a person with a disability or an ally of the disability community and you have a place that you shop that you really love, that's when you say, I shop here, I really love it, but I feel left out. Can we talk? And don't do it behind the scenes. Don't write an email. You don't have to be belligerent, and you don't have to, I know everyone says call them out. You have to use your own judgment on this. I think you get more bees with honey. Some people think you get more bees by, just going at them. And I think you have to make the decision on how you do it, but you've got to make the commitment to do it. And you can't say, Stephanie, I sent one tweet and no one responded. Then you're not serious about it. If I can just be so frank. If you're serious about really advocating, the one thing you need to do is come up with a what? Yes, plan. Come up with a plan. It's the same thing. That's why everyone is saying, come up with a voting plan, come up with this plan, because I think we all have good intentions, and I'm no different from you. I have great intentions, but if I don't make a plan to make it happen, it just won't happen. So make a plan, decide on what you want to do, and then decide on when it would be most strategic to do it. When do you think that you'll have their ear? unfortunately, from what I'm hearing around the world, not just here in the States, but this COVID-19 being in the home, mostly, this is a time that you may have someone's ear. A lot of people are thinking, what, third quarter 2021, early 2022? No one knows. It's telling me that I'm at a quarter two. Thank you, phone. You're so prompt. But no one really knows what's going to happen. But the thing is that right now you have people paying attention that may never have been paying attention before. But you can't only do it once and imagine that things are going to change. Because I can tell you right now that people bring me in to help change, and then they try to figure out a way to not have to pay me to help them. They go, okay, she came in, she gave us really good information. How can we make up our own, Stephanie? That's what they do to consultants. So since my goal is to shift culture, get it in the zeitgeist, get paid while I'm doing it, if people are seemingly unethical, it still achieves my mission. So at the beginning of your plan, what's your mission statement? The why behind my what is to eradicate negative perceptions of people with disabilities. So when people do me well, they treat me right, great. When they don't, it may not feel good. I may even complain about it a little bit, but at the end of the day, are they helping me move my mission forward of eradicating negative perceptions of people with disabilities? And if I can answer yes, then I still win. So I think you have to really be honest with yourself about what your goal is and how committed you are to it. I'm very tenacious. So for me, giving up is not an option. The next thing is, how do we have a shift in culture? Okay, I think I've answered all the questions. I want to thank a few people again, starting with you. For those of you that took the time out to join our conversation, to be here with us, and to really, ask questions, get involved. And I don't even care if these questions came from my students. I don't know who these questions came from, but whoever these questions came from, and not just these, but questions throughout the day. You being here and you being involved and joining the conversation, once we wrap this up and make sure it's nice and captioned and we repackage it, if you share it, you're helping us move our mission forward. And for that, I am eternally grateful to you, because you could have been anywhere today, you could have been doing anything, and you were here. So I want to personally thank you. And I want to say to all of our interpreters, I just want to say, okay, I do know amazing is, I'm about to see if I'm going to mess this up, but I'm going to try it anyway, okay? Is it you, or what's this, interpreters?
That's name.
Name, okay, so I'm not ashamed. I probably could be, but I want to say you are amazing. How do I say that?
So you would just point and just go, you, amazing.
You, amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I can't see you, I see your title behind scenes, you. And, oh wait, thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, yes. This has been so great. Thank you for participating and joining the conversation with Cur8able Conversations. Have an amazing weekend. We want your feedback, positive, negative, areas of improvement. We want to hear it. We want to grow. Yes, reach out, contact me, contact us. We are here to help you so that we can change these negative perceptions of people with disabilities. Once again, I am Stephanie Thomas, disability fashion stylist and founder of Cur8able. Have a wonderful day.